T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
So set my set, you try not to be sick. Do not badger, so set my set, you try not to be fooled. Do not badger, so set my set, you try not to be sick. Do not badger, so set my set, you try not to be fooled. So set my set, you try not to be sick. Do not badger, so set my set, you try not to be fooled. Adjust yourself, myself, you try not to be sick. Do not adjust yourself, myself, you try not to be fooled. Do not adjust yourself, myself, you try not to be sick. Do not adjust yourself, myself, you try not to be fooled.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Screw those guys! Good morning. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I see so many of you guys writing in here what you did this weekend, anywhere from working from 42 hours to taking two adults and 14-year-old, five 14-year-olds to an AMC. That sounds like a birthday party. That's what that sounds like. Oh man, good times, good times. Hopefully you enjoyed the movie, whatever it was that you saw. I would assume that's Batman. Speaking of which, did you guys see Adam Aaron's tweet? Did you see it? I almost commented on it. And then I was like, nah. Some of you like mysterious tweets looking for hidden meaning, even though no concealed thought was intended. Gee, I wonder how the hidden meaning people will interpret this picture. Consider AMC Rorschach test. Rorschach test. If you don't know what a Rorschach test is, Google it. Since I can't say it, let's Google what a Rorschach test is. Wait, I better copy it because I know I'm not going to be able to spell it. That's for sure. I know what a Rorschach test is. Ink blots. But let's just Google the Rorschach test. The Rorschach test is a projective psychological test in which subjects' perceptions of ink blots are recorded and then analyzed using psychological interpretation, complex algorithms, or both. Some psychologists use this test to examine a person's personality characteristics and emotional functioning. Rorschach test. From now on, it shall be known as the Rorschach test. Good times. I so badly wanted to comment on this. I was laughing. I was laughing really hard when I saw this, and I was like, oh, Adam. Oh, Adam. playing psychological games again. he's he's such a intellectual. He really is. Anybody who anybody who says differently, I disagree. Totally disagree. You just this man is intellectual. He totally is. What a crazy, crazy morning. What a crazy morning. I am not used to seeing this crazy of a morning. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Volatility, absolutely nothing. Look at that. Look at last Friday in the aftermarket hours. Just nothing. Nothing. And this. What is this? 82,000 shares having been traded so far. Nearing flat even though price drove all the way down to 1580. Now, 1564 is 19.5% down from our last high of $19.43. So what does that mean? It could have been a turnaround point. It could have. Like, you know, if it got down this far, the dotted red line, by the way, guys, was SSR trip for last Friday. So, but it's not for today. Today, as you can see on the screen, it says 1491. So we're going to move this down a little bit here. Put it in its rightful spot. Lock it. So it's a ways down there. Let's go through the numbers. Let's go through the numbers because I think that's where I want to start you guys off with. I think going through the numbers is the right thing to do. Let me see what you guys are writing here real quick. You guys have not heard that song before. I've never heard that song before. And that was I listened to maybe the first minute of it before playing it for you guys. So the last 4 minutes of that song I've never heard. We all got to hear live for the first time. Move the pick. You will see a chess queen next to Batman. Wait, what? This one, it's either gonna be YouTube or Twitch. And if I don't know, last Peter, as far as your question goes, it'll be YouTube, Twitch, and then possibly Discord if those two aren't working out. The song was called "Do Not Adjust Your Set," appropriately named, by ENT. So I have to move the picture. Let me see. Oh. I see that there's something, it looks like it's cropped. I can't really move the picture. I don't know what you mean by move the picture. Oh. Got you. Right here. I see it right down here by Batman. Yep. I honestly didn't get that before. Let me read what Nosa wrote again here. Move the pick, you will see a chess queen next to Batman. Yep, sure enough. Right there next to him. Huh. Oh. Huh. Hadn't even seen that before. I guess when I read his tweet, I was not trying to read into this. Wow. Okay. There's more to this picture than meets the eye. I'm telling you, man, he's an intellectual. You know, Nosa, I didn't want to say it. I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that you said it because now I can say Nosa said. You know what, Keto? I'll tell you what. I prefer to stay off of WhatsApp. Let me let me think about that. I mean, you guys are more than welcome to start whatever you want. Um, you don't have to. I don't have to be the one that starts it. You guys can start. I'm not. Let me think about that. I'm not so fond of WhatsApp, but no, you can say it. You can say it all you want. No, so there's no. This is an adult channel. You can say what you. Your words are your words. You can say what you want to say. Very, very interesting. Yeah, 2 weeks says stay away from WhatsApp due to the spam. Yeah, I'm not real fond of WhatsApp. Um, let me tell you what, guys. I'm gonna do the usual thing here. I'm gonna spray my glasses, and we're gonna check into the numbers here. You guys talk amongst yourselves while I fix up my glasses here. They have not been cleaned all weekend long, and they've been crying. My glasses are like, give me attention. Don't just wear me like this. You abuse me. I didn't. For most of my life, I haven't worn glasses. I actually have pretty decent vision. Um, there's not much of a prescription in these, but um, where was it going with this? Oh yeah, when I first started wearing glasses, I noticed like this weird phenomenon. I don't know for those of you who wear glasses, maybe it's a thing, and I just don't understand because it's a new thing for me. But my eyelids feel more greasy than normal now. Like my eyelids feel extra greasy by the end of the day. I don't understand why that is. It's like, oh, you're not going to let the grease naturally evaporate off my eyeballs? Okay, here you go. Eyelid grease. There should be a name for that. I don't know what it would be. Eyelid grease. Domingo says greasy, greasy eyelids. CMOS. Drink C. Ugh, that sounds gross. Keto says, holy F, what's the news on BBBY? Bed Bath and Beyond. Pretty sure that was one of the main distractors way back in the day, guys. Way back in the day, Bed Bath and Beyond was one of the distractors. For sure, that is definitely going up. Boy, it's been a hot minute since BBBY was one of those things where if we compare these side by side, you might see where when Y rips, so does AMC. Let's put these side by side on a daily, just to kind of compare. Get rid of all this junk in here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yowzes. So comparing apples to apples, if I line these up just perfectly, you see the BBBY rips after the June rip. Looks like AMC kind of ripped first. In that instance, let's go back to January. Yeah, CBBY ripped first in January. It was the big distractor in January, and then it was more sympathetic in June. Because right there would be the start of the rip from AMC. Yeah, so it was sympathetic. So it was a precursor rip in January. It was one of the top 3 or 4 choices that people had besides GME in January. And a lot of people were choosing to go with BBBY, but I started looking into it, and quite frankly, if you've ever been to a Bed Bath and Beyond, you can almost feel the desperation of holding on. And I didn't feel that way when I walked into my local AMC. I know there are AMCs out there that are feel really desperate when you walk into them, but in my local AMC, I didn't feel that way. It's not nearly the same thing. So that was part of the reason why I chose AMC, just because I felt like I had a better future. I remember that pretty vividly from last year. BBBY is like an upgraded dollar store. I I mean that's actually not far from the truth. I mean it does feel like that. You walk in and it's just like, especially when you're getting towards the checkout line and you get to that like little part in the front of the store and it's like all the as seen on TV crap. Actually, I feel like a lot of the stuff in the entire place is as seen on TV. I feel like it's more like an upgraded as seen on TV store than a dollar store. That's what it really feels like. As seen on TV, upgraded store. It's like the warehouse of as seen on TV. Um, Kitchen appliances and bed stuff, bedroom stuff, living household living things. Good morning, Pebbles. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. Can you believe this? Believe this or not? It's like walking into the post office. Oh, poor Brian, poor Jana. She works for the post office. she she might be laughing at that. I don't know. BBVY and KFC are the same. Too expensive, and you need your coupon to shop there. Oh man. Oh, I know. See, Hayden, we have the same thing in mind too. We got the full bar. We've got and actually when we went to go see Batman this last week, my wife ordered the Batman drink. She had it. I tasted it. It was decent. It wasn't that bad. It was like a rum and coke with like a little twist of something on it. Maybe like some grenadine or something. I don't know. It was all right. I prefer rum and coke straight up, but that's just me. What did I end up having? Oh, I had whiskey sours, I think. I think I had I had two whiskey sour doubles, and that was pretty cool. Double bourbon before show, yeah, or whatever. That works too. Batman 250 million opening weekend. Look at those numbers, Donkey Kong. Thank you for pulling through with that. Let's take a look at our numbers though here, guys. I'm delaying, and I know people want to see this stuff, so let's take a look. Taking you guys over to the stats page. Can you believe I actually logged into Fidelity this morning before I started the show? Insanity. Something is wrong. Something is amiss when I log into Fidelity first thing in the morning. I guess let's start with price predictions, right? Why not? Let's start with price predictions up here in the top left-hand corner. It doesn't really matter who got a point on Friday because Eric stole the week. He really did. He walked away with it. With four going into Friday, he had 4 points, and all the rest of us had 2. So he stole the week. My price prediction was 16 and 19, so I got a point. Eric got 16.50 to 19.50. He almost didn't get a point. He was 7 cents off from getting a point. Keto had 16.39 to 19.39, so he gets a point. Also very, very close. Monty had 16.53 to 19.53. He was 1 point, or he was 4 cents away from not getting a point. But we all got points. Cannonball was the only. I think I have Cannonball's number for that day. It was 1697 to 1997, I think, but I'm not sure if that was his. That could have been actually I don't think he gave me a price quote the last day. So, anyways, the top 4 of us up there on the price prediction tally all get a point. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it up there, even though we know Eric stole the week by a perfect week, which is, in my opinion, a pretty sound feat. I'm going to put all these numbers up here because I want everybody to see who's the big wiener. It's Eric. Eric's the big wiener. All right, let's take a look at True Demon's MOASS indicators, trigger indicators. 125.7 thousand, 125.7 thousand short exempt volume. Now, what's interesting about that? You may say, like, what's the big deal? We didn't trip SSR, number one. To be in the 100,000 range of short exempt volume without tripping SSR and having only 24.4 million in volume. Is that right? No, that can't be right. I'm lying. Let me look at the data again here. Hold on a second. 39.6, I'm sorry. With only 39.6 million in volume, I think that's really significant. It's less than 40 million in volume. It's less than our 3-month average. Our 3-month average being 50.05 million. And yet we had that really high amount of volume. Short exempt volume. It's really high. Let's see. Utilization. Chalk up another day. We are on day 19 of utilization being 100%. And our day over day price increase was a decrease of negative 8.25. Taking a look at the off exchange, the numbers were really, really, really low. The final numbers for the day on Friday were 45.28, which was a little over 6, it was like 6.2% lower than what we're normally used to seeing without having SSR tripped. Normally, the only time you see numbers this low is when SSR got tripped. Hence the reason why there was probably so much short exempt volume. I think they really intended on tripping SSR on Friday and didn't manage to get there, which is, I think, pretty significant. The CBOE, the CBOE EDGX, however, was almost dead on, spot on with a 30-day average, shy by about 0.2%. Looking at Fidelity, you can see that the estimated current short share interest of the free float is 20.83. We'll take a look at those numbers here in just a minute. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the screen, you'll notice the institutional share ownership on Friday was 187.9 million. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. Still 187.9. No change. And of course you can't see it. There we go. Now you can. Max Payne. I think that 1850 is correct. I want you guys to remember this number. It's $18. Max Payne is 18 bucks going into to this Friday. And I want you to remember this number. I'm going to suggest that we're going to close this, and by the end of this week, we're going to close somewhere within $1 of that Max Payne price. Now, last week when we started the week, it was $17.50, and we closed out the week at $16.57. That's within $1 of Max Payne. I'm going to suggest to you that, again, we will close $1 either positive or negative of 18. I would suggest more negative, but that's my theory. We'll see if it holds true. Taking a look at the options. I tend to think that since Mondays are our big days, that we will see a big run up to perhaps like 20 at the beginning portion of the week this week. And this is just my personal belief. I think we're going to see a big run up in the beginning portion of the week to say like 20, and then we'll see a very steady drop or a sharp decline down to perhaps like 16 bucks or so, and then maybe finish the week out going up $1. So I think you're going to see some volatility this week. Taking a look at options, I'm going to scroll down here just a tad bit, just to see what these option guys down here, these lottery ticket winners, have at a $40 strike price. So last week it was 45. This week it's 40. At a $40 strike price, there's currently 8.3 thousand contracts. Not a whole lot. It's kind of low. Let's see where most of our open interest is. Okay, highest amount of open interest on the call side is at a $20 strike price, same thing as it was last week. The amount is 13.2 thousand contracts. On the excuse me, on the put side, $17 is our strike price. That's actually a $1 up from what it was from last week. It was 16 last week. At 17 this week, there's 6.2. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. That is incorrect information. I just saw it. It's 19. 19 is the highest amount of volume for open interest, which is up $3 from what we saw last week. And there's currently 8.2 thousand contracts. Max pain is $18, but our options are showing 20 to 19. It'll be very, very interesting to see what happens here. This is interesting data to me. Our open interest is not anywhere near what max pain. Everything's above max pain, which is very odd. It looks like bad hedging to me. I guess we'll see. Let me move over a couple pages and I'll take you guys over and we'll take a look at Vortex. Let's refresh this one more time. There's your 19th day of utilization being at 100%. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit so we can see this just a tad bit better here. Here's your estimated short share interest of the free float dropping ever so slightly from 20.99 to 20.83. Here is your on loan amount also taking a slight dip, which is going to increase yet again our on loan average age per day. Start your timers. That means we've found a bottom. We found a bottom on loan average age per day. 15 business days from March 2nd. By March 23rd, we should see a spike in price. Pretty significant spike. Sometimes some people ask about security lending volume. So there it is right there. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10. For volume this morning, we are currently showing 14th. Last Friday, we had an amazing 81% buys and 19% sales. We bought the dip like crazy. Insanity. Looking for GME on the GME did not make the list of the top 30. Here's your SSR trigger price at $14.91 for the morning. Let's check and see how many shares they've borrowed so far. So last Friday, they borrowed 2.7 million. Stonko Tracker reported 1.56 million borrowed was the final number. So that means that they used approximately like 1.2 million shares-ish, or 1.14 million shares to short the stock price down or do whatever else it is that they wanted to do. So far this morning, it appears, according to Stonko Tracker, let's just add up these numbers here real quick. What do we got? Looks like 1.14, so I'm just gonna round up on this one. 1.15 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Extremely low borrow amount for this time in the morning. Again, like last Friday, it was 2.7 million for the total for the day. Typically speaking, we would see much more borrowing, but the problem is they just don't have a whole lot of shares left. It's dwindling. Fees are still at 0.7. Here's the number I really want you guys to be watching right here. This number, I'm pretty sure if you went back to last Friday and looked at it, it's probably already higher. I really don't want to see out of the money calls reaching above 100K, but I can almost guarantee you if this thing starts to rip, the calls are going to start pouring in, and the out of the money calls will start pouring in. But currently we have 5.8 thousand contracts in the money calls and 18.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Hold on a second, my mouse is. You ever get that piece of granule sand underneath your mouse and you're like, oh, that's crunchy? So I just had that. The markets on the eastern side of the world were just absolutely horrific. Hang Seng down almost 4%. Shanghai down 2.17. China down 3.5. S&P BSE down 2.74. Shenzhen down 3.43. Nifty 50 down 2.35. FTSE down 0.46. And FTSE 250 down 1.94. Just really super red, indicating that we're going to have a pretty nasty day today in the market as a whole. IWM currently down 0.43 in the pre-market. Tesla up 1.04. Amazon down 0.66. Cinemark down 1.68. Doge up 0.24. Bitcoin down or up 0.6. GME is up 0.04. Hood is down 2.1. AMC is down 0.18. Just want to note here that Bitcoin had a very, very rough weekend. They had a rough weekend. Look at that drop right there. Let's see. This is, what day was it? 5, 3, 4. So from about 41, almost 42, all the way down to where it's at 38 now. Rough weekend in the cryptocurrencies. Doge looking very similar. Our inflow versus outflow last Friday had us with 7 million more. Yeah, 7 million more in outflow than in inflow. Currently, our volume is at 105K. That's going to put us at, if our pokey stick of volume doubles, it's going to put us really close to like 200, which will be nice. That's a change. We haven't seen 200K volume for a hot minute. On the daily interval, we currently have more, let me see, let me get this back in here. Ignore this mess up here. I'm only looking at these indicators down here. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.46. Do note that both selling and buying pressure are both down though. They're both heading down on the daily. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.87, having already dipped outside the oversold region at pre-market open. On a 30-minute interval, we have more more selling pressure than buying pressure, just barely, with RSI at 45.18, which is close to average. In a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.78. extremely volatile movements in the market this morning. So what did I wanted to tell you? Well, there was something I was going to show you guys. I know there was something. Well, I'll just say this. So I was tasked with going over wait a minute, hold on a second. Some of the documentation for one of the proposed rules. So the specific proposed rule that I was going over, let me see here. I've got a Word document. Close your eyes, guys. I'm going to blind you in 3, 2, 1. I got to move it over here just a little bit so you guys don't have to get blinded. Okay, you're good. So the proposed rule that I was looking over was 87 FR 9106, which is in reference to S7-01-22. And they're currently in the comment phase of this proposal. And I'm just going to quickly read to you what the matter is on. And I think this is a really good proposal. But one of the things that I noticed is I've never gone through one of these massive, like 200-page proposals before. I always kind of say let Charlie do that because that's just not my kind of thing to do. But the proposed matter says this. These are some of my words and some of the words kind of used from. It's like a shortened version of what their description of the proposal is. Proposed to amend Form PF for the purpose of more detailed reporting on key events. The amendment reduces the threshold of reporting requirements by large private equity advisors. Additional information would be required about the private equity funds they advise. Also, a change in information about the liquidity funds that they advise. This is supposed to help enhance the Financial Stability Oversight Council, the FSOC, ability to monitor systemic risk and help the SEC police private fund advisors to protect investors. So I learned a lot of really interesting things as I was going over this proposal. It is not for the faint of heart. It's rough. It's rough reading. I hate reading our yearly annual reports on AMC. This was an entirely different beast. But to summarize like some of the changes, they want to change the reporting period from an annual reporting period to a daily reporting period, or whenever that they have a reporting event that needs to be reported, that they have like basically one day instead of annually. So like there's more. This would be one of those proposals for transparency. So I think it's really amazing. They had considered, and they talked about in the proposal, dropping it from quarterly, semi-annually. Uh, they had a lot of different. They had actually considered even extending it from annually to longer periods of time. So they looked at it from both angles and finally settled down on from an annual report amount to a daily reported amount, which I think is kind of interesting. But the reporting threshold also for the amount of money that would cause them to have to report would be dropped from 2 billion down to 1.5 billion. One of the things that they had kind of stated in the analysis of the market is from 2013 to 2020, the growth of firms needing to report has grown 125.5%. So they actually they feel like there's enough reason to think that they want to capture more than just that 125.5%. They want to capture some more um, large funds and how they're impacting the market. And then they want to amend a section 4 for additional FSOC data concerning use of leverage and portfolio company financings, controlled portfolio companies and CPC borrowings, fund investment in different levels of a single portfolio company's capital structure and portfolio company restructurings or recapitalizations. So you know how a lot of times people will report that like Citadel has like a spin-off company that they advise, quote unquote, advise. So this would maybe add some transparency to those spin-off companies. And then a reporting requirement for the NMFP for large liquidity fund advisors as money market funds which already report on. So adding basically this NMFP to these large funds. But the one thing that I thought was really kind of interesting about all this is that each one of the sections that they have in there, they have already placed comments or questions to the public for commenting on. And it's not just the public, it's also for institutions. So as an example, in regards to the time that it takes to report, they've got like a couple different questions in here. Should we amend the Form PF to include current reporting in sections 5 and 6 as proposed? If not, what alternatives would provide the Commission with timely information regarding events that could signal distress or financial stability risks or potential investor harm? They literally want to know. They are asking, I believe, both institutions and the general public to come up with answers to questions that they have for their own proposed rule. And I think this is huge because there's over 100 questions, that they posed in this release, and some of them go down to really fine details like how you define a word, like the word transaction, like what should we see as a transaction. There's some important stuff in here, really important stuff, and I don't know. I personally feel like one of the things that. Good morning, Crazy Pepe. Good morning, One Love. I'm just reading. I'm going back to your guys' comments. One of the things that I feel like is kind of crucial is that when you have an opportunity for rules like this to be changed, you may not see those rules change for a long time after they've been modified. So I feel like this is like our opportunity to get it right. And the unfortunate thing is that I think the final date for comments is March 21st, which is coming up really, really soon. And while I would love to sit there and comment on all 100 plus questions, I think it was like 119 or 120 some odd questions. I would love to come up with an answer for them, but I just don't know if I know enough about every single one of the. There's some complex questions in there, and I don't know if I would know the answer to a lot of it. And it's stuff like I feel where we need, as a general populace of investors, is almost like we kind of need some help on what would be in our best interest. And I'm not even trying to suggest that I know who we should get help from, but I think that it would be important for retail to come up with answers. One Love for Life 71 says, does this mean a more fair market? It's time for everyone to be able to make money and not just big money, so smart money. I mean, that's what this looks like. It looks like they're really trying to crack down on trying to figure out why the market is becoming unstable. They realize that there's a problem, but they don't have enough information to identify what it is, because when you go back and you look at their report for the GME squeeze, they don't see it as a gamma squeeze. They don't even see it as a squeeze at all. They did not see what happened in January of last year to GME as a squeeze. So um, I think they feel like they need more information in order to quantify what's causing instability inside the market. Sandy says, good morning, Casey and family. Casey, when you say oversold, and good morning to you, Sandy. Otto, good morning. Good morning. Yes, sure, up. Um, Otto, I'll get to your question in just a minute. Sandy says, when you say oversold, does that mean AMC is going down? Oversold means it's is going to go up. Overbought means it's going to go down. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We were 110,000 shares in volume going into this. It looks like the pokey stick's going to give us an additional 68.9 thousand shares, so it's going to put us at about 180,000 shares here. Not the kitchen sink, Brian. Oh, I remember the Stone Roses, GD. I thought they sounded a little bit like maybe like a little bit of Weezer too. Peter says, sorry, Casey, can you repeat about March 23rd? I'm in line at Dunkin' and missed it. So basically, one of the indicators that I've looked at most heavily in my entire process, one of the very few indicators that seems to repeat. There's only been like one instance where I've seen where it hasn't been has not performed, is on loan average age per day. Um, and so, with the March 23rd date that I put out there, was that whenever we see this on loan average age per day drop, the bottom, wherever the bottom ends up being, if we start to see at least two data points from that point, I count it as a bottom. So wherever that bottom is, you can start a 15 business day timer, and you should see a large spike up in price. And I guess one of the ones that I would show you here is this really big drop right here. And I wouldn't say that the size of the drop necessarily correlates to the price increase, but it does usually happen all on a single or 2 days, within a single or 2 day period of time. And so you have this dip right here, and then if you count out the business days, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 business day 10 and 11 were really big days for us. So it was February 8th and February 9th. Those were really big price jumps for us. Then you have another dip here, right here, that ended on February 14th. You count out 15 business days. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 business days later, we had another big day on February 24th. There is no specific time or reasoning for why it happens, you can see it back here again. November 29th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the bottom right here. The bottom's right here, December 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and then on the 12th, we have a huge spike up in price. So it was only like 4 days later. And then you have a double dip, right? So it dips down once and dips down a second time. And within only 2 days after the secondary dip, you see a big price increase on December 17th. So this indicator is like one of the few indicators out there that repeatedly, time over time over time, whenever you see these big dips in this on loan average age per day, you see the price increasing shortly thereafter. It's very repeatable, very, very repeatable. It's only been like once that I've noted where I saw a dip in it and there nothing happened. And I actually have something to attribute to it, which was share dilution. So share dilution will cause this number to drop as well. And that's because every time you see share dilution, it decreases the amount of shares that are on loan. They use those brand new shares injected into the market to decrease loan amounts and kind of reset the books. So that's part of the reason why that's the case. Yeah, Gary Gensler himself said it was FOMO back in January. And see, the problem is, Lisa, is that if you look at the data, you know what it is, and you know what happened. The problem is that for whatever reason, the SEC doesn't want to acknowledge the synthetics that are out there. And so by not acknowledging those synthetics, they're ignoring the problem. Holy moly. I just realized that my box is like all jacked up on here for Ortex. Let me fix this real quick. Why is that jacked up? Hold on a second. What is going on? Huh. Weird. Good morning, WM. Oh, no, I wasn't saying. I was just saying that shares dilution is one of the reasons why on loan amount can tend to drop sometimes. So you'd see like an artificial drop in on loan amount during those periods of time. And so, but that on loan average age per day, whenever it dips, we tend to see some very repeatable data that suggests that a big price increase is coming. With it, usually it's within somewhere between I used to say between 5 and 15 business days, but I have seen a couple instances like I just showed you guys where it's happened in like 3. So I've just modified my number and just started saying somewhere within 15 business days. Yeah. Yeah, so there's going to be a couple different pushes. And I'm just going to tell you guys, so because I get my feelers out there, right? I spend a lot of my weekend time, anything that has to do with AMC, I get my feelers out into the community, and really try to get like a mindset for what's going on or what's the narrative that's being pushed. And I think we're going to start seeing a whole bunch of narrative. Um, yeah, I saw BBBY. We've seen this before, Trent. Uh, it's sometimes BBBY starts to push just before AMC does. Sometimes it's sympathetic. Um, I just I'm not. I think it's a distraction. I think it really is a distraction. It's trying to get you to look left. I mean, it's really funny, James, because when you take a look at the report that the SEC put out, you can see yourself, based on the things that they're saying. They're telling you they're telling you that everything that I report to you guys about how there's major amounts of dark pool trades, and but they're and so in a roundabout way they're acknowledging that there's synthetic shares out there, but they don't acknowledge where that comes from, right? And that's the key is that they're not diving. It's like they're taking, um, they're looking at the data and they're saying like, okay, well none of this data suggests that this is a squeeze play because institutional ownership isn't where it's supposed to be for a squeeze. But that's because uh, I think the SEC probably thinks that the only way a squeeze can happen is if institutions are the ones who own the shares. How often have we seen retail in historically, cause a short squeeze? And it's like very, very, very rare. So when you look at the data from the standpoint of, oh, look, institutions only hold, 30% of the total amount of shares out there. There's no way this could have been a short squeeze. From that perspective, yes, 100% you would have to agree with their data. They're just simply looking at the data from their perspective, but they're not diving into why, the whys. Why is there so much dark pool activity? And does it mean something? Does it mean they're acknowledging that there is dark pool activity, but they're not acknowledging why there's dark pool activity. And um, I think that some of these new rules are transparency rules so that they can try to understand why some of the things are happening the way they're happening. I don't know if they'll draw the same conclusions. Um, I think part of the problem is that they're not allowed to draw hypothetical conclusions because if they do, then if you see based off of what Jon Stewart said when he interviewed Gary Gensler, they've got a sign on their coffee pots asking for donations at the SEC, but they're supposed to be the marshal of one of the most powerful economies in the world, and they're asking for donations for coffee. So if they make assumptions, if they hypothesize and make accusations based on hypotheses of what's going on without having proof, then they can get sued. They can get sued by institutions who's got a lot of lawyers, and they just can't have that. They can't have suits coming their way. So they can only base it off of Einstein. I know they know. Trust me, man. I know that they know, but they can only talk about what they can prove, right? And I think that they could prove it, but I think that they have to show all aspects of. They can't just say, "Oh, look, here's synthetic shares." They can't just do that. They have to say, "Okay, well, how did these synthetic shares get created? What caused it? Where did it come from?" They have to be able to connect the dots, and I think that um, there's not enough information for them to collect. Casey Moe here CIA the Ghost. Dang, that's a name. Trent, I don't know. You weren't rude. I don't know why you would say you were rude. Trent says, why does Ryan Cohen disclosing a stake make it run? Sounds like an excuse to let the algo run. Maybe. Good old Gazerine Gary. The Barney fight. Dude, Brian, that's so funny that you would say that. That's exactly what I was thinking. I thought that in my head this weekend as well. I'm so glad that I'm not the only person. I'm so glad. I really thought that because I think I know who it is you're talking about. Let me just make sure because if it is, or maybe I was thinking of a different sheriff. But hold on. Yep, that's exactly. Leave it to Beaver, right? Is that Leave It to Beaver? What's that from? That's exactly who I was thinking of, but when I thought of it, I was trying to think of, oh, it was the Andy Griffin show. But yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when Jon Stewart was saying you're the sheriff and you've got donations for coffee in there. That's exactly 100%. I was thinking Barney Fife. Maybe it's because he kind of looks like Barney a little bit, but this that was the exact thought process that went through my head was that guy. I remember all the time. I used to turn every time that Andy, I guess it was the Andy Griffith show, but every time it would come on, I knew the cartoons were over. I'd turn. It was either that or I Love Lucy, and I'd turn it off. I'm like, ah, dang it. But yeah, Barney Fife. It's exactly what it's like. We're outgunned. James says our beards are matching. Uh, that's awesome, man. Well, I need to come up with a volume prediction. And 160 is about where it got us to, I think. 170 or 180. Okay, 180. Let me think here for a second. Mm, I'm gonna have to say, let's see, 30, 35, 70. Let's go 50, 70. 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day today. Might be on the high side. 120. Yeah, I think 50 to 70 million shares. Monty, I get you down. 1535 to 1835. Make sure I didn't miss like keto. Putting one in here earlier. 2 weeks it's got 1640 to 1940. Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here, guys. Let's see here. Got that. Give or take a Gary. It's the same thing that happened last year, Monty. Bed Bath and Beyond ripped just before AMC did. Same exact thing. Not in June, but in January of last year. $15.78 to $18.78 Keto got you down. And don't forget, guys, if you want to change your numbers before market open, you're always welcome to do that. Actually, I'll even let you change it up to like 15 minutes after market open. So if you guys ever decide like it's just not what you were thinking it was going to be, just let me know. All right, I'm gonna leave you guys some music here, and looks like as of right now we're up 0.72%. Good morning, James. Java coffee. Einstein says, any thoughts on world events causing market decline intentionally to force squeeze and reset the market? I don't know, man, but that what was that senator's name? I'm going back to look it up. I tweeted it out, so I should see it here. Senator Richard Shelby, when he said squeezing out inflation. I 100% agree with him. That's the only way to get rid of the inflation. The two options, the one option that I see that it could be effective in squeezing out inflation would be to have a squeeze. It's one of the ways. The other way, well, you heard Biden. He said it himself. Make the poor poorer. Make the poor poorer, or increase the cost of, or increase the production of goods. And yeah, I don't know. I prefer the squeeze. But with the squeeze comes a failed market. So we're gonna have to reset the market, in all honesty, to fix inflation. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Salty. All right, I'm gonna take a break here, guys. I'll be back at 8:15, just 15 minutes prior to market open, and give my price prediction for the day. And before I do, I'm gonna add one more thing. I almost forgot. I almost forget this like all the time. Give you guys a poll. Let's see. Um, is that fair? Yeah, I'll do that. Alrighty, guys. I got your weekly prediction up for you guys to put in. I'll see you guys after my break. Alrighty, I'm back. So I was looking at the news for this morning, and I just happened to notice that I don't know, maybe I just didn't understand what you guys were saying earlier, but it looks like Ryan Cohen has a venture interest in Bed Bath and Beyond. Hmm, I don't see. That seems to be what has kicked off this price increase potentially in Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, it really is. Hey, and if we get to benefit from it, I'm okay with that too. Bird Eye says all the squeezes will start popping off and AMC will be the last. That's kind of like what happened. I feel like in the past as well. So I would tend to agree with that. My price prediction for today. Hmm. Boy, this is gonna be a tough one. I'm gonna go with 18 to I want to say 18 to 21. Check out the Russian ruble chart. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just. Russia is allowed to pay foreign investors in rubles. Their ruble is going to run. Let me just check something real quick here. I just want to make sure that that value is what I want to put in here for my price prediction. Because I'm thinking 18 to 21 or 17 to 17 to 20. I think I'm gonna just do. I'm gonna go ballsing and say 18 to 21. It kind of does, Mohammed. Otherwise, I would have. I mean, I suspected a price increase around a 20 is something that I had mentioned to somebody else last night. So, I think a price run to 20 was kind of my prediction. Um, I think I'm adding an additional dollar in there because of what's happening with Bed Bath and Beyond. But I'm expecting a run up to 20-ish, then a fall back down to maybe like 16, and then maybe like on Friday, like a dollar run up or something like that. Something very close to that. Let me check the ruble here. Is it just am I just looking at exchange rate? So I see it up 13%. Let me try something here. I've never actually looked it up before, so I'm gonna go with, I don't know which one to use. Let's try this one. Holy moly. This is USD, US dollar to Russian ruble, and it's actually skyrocketing. Up 10.71%. It's a little bit different than what I'm seeing on USD versus ruble over here on Yahoo, which is, I'm seeing 138, which is 13%. So it must be a different ticker, but I'm not sure where to find this. I am going to have to take a little bit of a short break for a little bit. I've got someone coming over to the house to look at something. So I'm going to have to kind of step aside for a little bit when that happens. And it could be really close to market open. So if I don't come back right away after the song plays, it'll be, as soon as I can. Ruble to USD instead. What's the ticker you would type in? Maybe this one. But this is the Ukrainian ruble. All right, guys, I'm going to start the intro for the morning. I will see you guys on the other side. Perhaps I might come back a little bit late. Like I said, I've got somebody coming over to look at the house. Take a look at something real quick for me, and I will come back as soon as I possibly can. So I'll see you guys in just a bit.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Tonight I just set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just set myself, you try not to be fooled. Tonight I just set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just set myself, you try not to be fooled. Tonight I just set not associate myself. You try not to be sick. Do not associate myself. You try not to be fool. Do not associate myself. You try not to be sick. Do not associate myself. You try not to be fool.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw 'em! All right, good morning, guys. Extra long song there. Trent says, just stay gone. Don't come back. This is like the only running channel, probably the only running channel uh, at all, period, where everybody wants the guy to go away, but they watch anyways. Yeah, it's gonna go up when Casey's gone. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny, Trent. I wanted to tell you guys about some things that I had kind of heard over the weekend. I really need to start like a running list of things that I've kind of run across. I did run across this one particular post that was from somebody in retail who works for Amazon, and what they said was is that they had done temporary time off, mandated temporary time off by employees of, I think they said something like 6 walls or 6 banks or something like that. Not sure what it means. In general, basically, they just said that they were forcing people to take time off because their orders were so low right now, so low on Amazon that they're having problems keeping people there. They just can't afford to keep people on the payroll. So and apparently they were still having really low um, amounts of um, orders coming through, even with the staff that they still held on. So there's that. I mean, we're seeing the economy starting to take a look at how everything is going. You see gas prices going up. You see inventory on shelves in your stores starting to disappear. When's the last time y'all tried to get some macaroni, some pasta? Uh-oh. Sounds like he's here, guys. The guy may be here, so I might have to take off. Okay. Okay, Bruno. Bruno, come here. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you. He's completely. Somebody comes out. I have a feeling somebody tried to break into the house one time and scared the crap out of him because he never used to bark like this, and then all of a sudden, just one day, he started just going nuts whenever people showed up to the house. No, Jana, it's attention deficit disorder. But I thought it was kind of a fancy way of doing a little trickery of words. AMC and ADD, meaning like due diligence, but it really just stands for attention deficit disorder. So yes, I have a real hard time focusing sometimes, and I've learned to channel it over the years, but definitely ADD is an issue for me. No medication. I figured out I just have to watch numbers. Watch numbers and focus on numbers, and it helps. Just checking to see how you guys are voting so far in the poll for the price prediction for the end of the week. A lot of you guys, I think the majority of you voted. Let me just go back and check and verify. Majority of you voted for. Huh, did I not save it? Oh yeah, there it is. 240 votes last week for price prediction for the end of the week, and you guys said 36% of you said 20 to 25, which didn't win. 29% said 25 to 30, which didn't win. The third group, who said 15 to 20, was a winning group. That was 25% of you. So a quarter of you who voted out of the 240 people. What is that? It should be 60, right? Yeah, 60 people. So 60 people got price prediction by the end of the week, correct? Last week. And yeah, that's how it is. So majority of you so far this week are saying the same thing as what we ended up. I have a feeling that's I don't normally throw out the end of the week price prediction, but I'm kind of guessing early this week. I think it's going to be somewhere between like $17 and $18, which would be right smack dab down the middle of that 15 to 20 range. Here comes a strong push down to the bottom side here. You can see us touching the Bollinger Band there on the bottom side. Volatility absolutely ripping. 4 million shares having been traded so far after almost 15 minutes into the morning. Some huge amounts of volatility going on right now. ABC says less available shares to borrow than we have seen in some time, yet the borrow fee is 7. It's 0.7. I think it's 0.7%, right? Let me just verify, but I think it's 0.7. Yeah, it's 0.7%. Two weeks. You say it like a parakeet. You've been waiting for that 2 weeks. I just know you have. You've been waiting for me. You've been waiting to say that question for a while now. I could tell. Oh man, see, there he goes. The guy's in the backyard right now. Okay, hold on a second. Bruno, yeah, I know he's back there. It's okay. Yeah, I have to calm him down. Yeah, it's okay. There's somebody in the backyard. He's such a good watchdog. Yeah, you're a good watchdog. Oh, so I'm a little distracted here, guys. I'm gonna have somebody coming into the house here in just a little bit. So give me. You guys are gonna have to. I'm gonna have to walk away. So you might get your wish here. Who said that earlier? Was it who was it that said that? Trent. I might actually have to walk away. You know, I'm gonna move something on my screen here just a tad bit because I feel like some of the order book is missing there. Hopefully it gives you guys an ability to see a little bit more on the order book. Trent's like, yay! Have the person jump on the stream. I don't know. You know, I don't know what the recording laws are here in this state. I'd just leave you guys running in the background. You could see me talking to him and stuff. But um, I wouldn't. I haven't. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that I stream, so I wouldn't want to do that to somebody that didn't know. I gotta keep rubbing my dog over here. Good luck. Keep him quiet. Dr. Zeno, I mean, I think the big topic right now is Bed Bath and Beyond. A lot of people are really watching that one heavily to see what's going to happen there. It was up quite a bit this morning. Let me check and see where it's at now. Ryan Cohen um, having an interest in Bed Bath and Beyond definitely had its run up in the pre-market hours and having a bit of a fall down now. One thing that I want to kind of point out here, guys, is that as Bed Bath and Beyond was running up first thing this morning, that the rest of the market was also starting to run up as well. And now that Bed Bath and Beyond is falling, the rest of the market's kind of falling. So it's kind of like that. This is where I would assume the institutions are trying to calm the volatility down in the market. GD, you're terrible. You're terrible, man. Looks like we got some news here for AMC. Benzinga's daily brief on trading. See, they always love to put this stuff out there. Look, hey, here's some news about AMC. Here's the title. Benzinga's daily brief on trending tickers for March 7th, 2022. Bed Bath and Beyond, Tesla, Occidental, and more. So it's like, and more. But this is okay. So what is AMC like some kind of honorable mention in here? Yep, here it is. Last week, CEO Adam Aron shared updates related to cryptocurrency, citing a big opportunity. Aron added that while AMC was looking to potentially issue its own cryptocurrency, it would depend on how regulatory frameworks unfold. Along with cryptocurrency, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and PayPal now constitute more than 15% of AMC's online ticketing activity. Lots of volatility in this market. Well, I feel like that's probably not the case, Einstein, and I would probably tend to agree with you. But if you were in this play, if you guys were in this play last year in January, when I was trying to decide, while I was waiting for my funds to cash out of some of the particular stocks that I was in, my T plus two, I sold. I think I sold on the 27th. I sold on the 27th of January of last year, right? Worst. If I could have gotten in on like 24th or something, that would have been great. But I sold my shares out of what I was in at the time from on the 27th and was looking to reposition into GME. I got a few shares in because I had about I think it was like $700 and just spare cash that was sitting waiting to look for something to invest into, and so I put those two. I bought 2 shares of GME with that money. And while I was looking, Wall Street Bets had a couple different stocks that they were saying were good squeeze potentials besides GME, BlackBerry, Bed Bath and Beyond, um, Sundial. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones as well. Um, I want to say it was, I don't know if BBIG, that might have come later. I don't know, pretty much all the meme stocks that were out there. And so I started doing a little bit of investigating and trying to figure out, like, was there a potential stock that I could go into? All right, he's here, guys. I gotta walk away. I'll step away for just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm done. The pains. All right, we didn't go through the 9 o'clock run through, so let's go ahead and do that. We are looking at AMC's price here on the 1-minute chart. It looks like they're trying to reduce volume here. Most of the volume was running in the 200 range, and then you can see that the volume is definitely getting under that 60,000 shares a minute range, and that's really where they typically like to kind of manipulate price the most, is when they can get it down into that 60,000. You can see the volatility definitely dried up. That's what this run does right here. This early morning rundown is an attempt to just dry up that volume and trade this thing sideways if they can. Um, Synthetic price failure. It starts at 1564 to 1525. Those could be turnaround points for this if it were to drop down that far. And then you have just below that at 1491, you have SSR. So just kind of throwing those numbers out at you. Let me go ahead and oh yeah, doctor, by the way, where was I? Oh, I was watching a space call. I think I sent you a message on this, but I was watching a space call, and Froggy Styles, I think is his name, was kind of talking about some different things, and he mentioned your name. He mentioned your name. It sounded like you were asking about a specific stock or something, and it's funny. It's funny for me, specifically when I'm kind of out and about, just kind of um, silently listening to the public. When I hear one of y'all's names, it it's special for me. It's special. Like last night, Danny was in a space call that I was in. Um, I enjoy those moments. I really enjoy those moments where I get to see you guys. I really like to hear from you more than anything. If you guys are ever in a space call, don't hesitate to get to the top up there and ask questions or make comments. Even if I'm not at the top, just because I just really like hearing what you guys have to say. I saw there was one guy that was in a space call I was just listening to the other day, and I heard somebody say 2 weeks. I never heard the guy talking before in my life, but he goes, as Shaw would say, 2 weeks. I immediately requested to get to the top so that I could talk because it just that it made me so happy. It made me so happy to um, just hear that. I think it's so cool. So just throwing that out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers real quick here. I'm going to turn my camera off for just a second. I'm going to go turn this light off because I would rather work in the dark right now. So I work better that way. I'll be right back. Okay, let me refresh Fidelity and we'll take a look at all of our numbers here since we are like an hour into trading. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. And while I do that, I'm going to update a few things. Move some screens. I don't know. I think it's just fun to see you guys out someplace other than here on the channel. It's fun to run into people. It's like Seinfeld. All right, starting from the top left-hand side of the screen, price prediction tallies. Eric won the week with a straight 5 days of price predictions being correct. Congratulations, Eric. Not a whole lot of skill involved, in my opinion, because he pretty much did $17 to $20 for the entire week, and then changed it the very last day to 1650 to 1950, which I have no idea why he chose that last day to go down 50 cents. But it was a perfect amount to give him a point for the last day of the week last week. I say there's no skill involved, but I mean, he got it right 5 days out of the week, and the rest of us only got it 3. So whatever he's doing it right again. I don't know. I'm going to have to pick his brain one of these days. So I'm going to leave that there till the end of the day today. I'll fix it for tomorrow. Short exempt volume, 125.7 thousand. You know, let me fix that real quick because it doesn't have a K on it. You're going like 125.7 what? That's actually, considering our volume level on Friday, that's a lot of volume, short exempt volume. It's extremely high. Utilization was 100%. Still, this is day 19 that we're on now. And day over day price increase on Friday was down 8.25%. Moving over to the off exchange. Let's refresh that. 46.96 on the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX is at 11.93. 43% in the off exchange is what I would expect at this time of the day. The CBOE EDGX is maybe about 1% higher than I would expect too. So a little bit higher, but it could be because I'm doing this about a half hour later as well. But those numbers are a pretty decent size. Wait a minute. I just got a text from my sister. Guys, I have a special announcement. Special announcement. I have a new nephew. Remington Roy Marks. 9 pounds, 4 ounces. I gotta take a minute here. My sister and brother-in-law having their third child, Remington. I'm supposedly guilty of his middle name. I take full credit. I am guilty of his middle name. I thought I had punch. Remington Roy. Sounds good to me. I like it. Oh man, that's so special. Let's see, I just now seeing that Eric had texted me earlier saying 15 to 18 on his price prediction, by the way, for the day today. 1 second here while I fix that. Man, that's so cool. I got a special toast for that today for sure. Let's see here. Estimated short share interest of the free float is at 20.84. We do have some borrowing going on, but it's very, very small at 31,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. I got to give them a call a little bit later on my break. That's so special. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, you guys will notice the institutional share ownership. 187.9 is what it was on Friday. That's what it was this morning when we refreshed. Let's see if it's changed at all. 187.9 million, still the same. So no new filings to change that at all. That is slightly down from our record high set on 223 of 189.046. Our max pain today is set for 18 for the week. I'm going to contend that I think that we're going to close a buck higher or lower, more than likely lower than the max pain. So I would assume somewhere by the end of the week we'll hit somewhere between 17 and 19. Let's see here. Options. Highest amount of call options currently at a $17. Is this right? Yep, that's right. $17 strike price. Let me just scroll up just a tad, make sure I'm capturing everything. Okay. Glad I did that. At a $17 strike price, which is down $1 from last week. The highest amount of call options is 4.1 thousand in volume. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price. That's down $2 with a total of 3.3 thousand contracts. For those of you who weren't here earlier this morning, I have some good news. First off, here's our utilization at 19 days in a row of 100% utilization. Here's our estimated short share interest of the free float, and I'm of course saving the good news for last. Taking a little bit of a dive from last Friday from 20.99 to 20.83. On loan amount took a dive as well. Anytime on loan amount takes a dive from 126.23 to 125.71, that's going to increase the on loan average age per day. That's 2 days in a row of an increase, which means we've seen officially a bottom from a dip on this. There's your dip right there. That dip starts the counter for a 15 trading day timer. And that timer typically represents a big price increase incoming. Don't know if it's going to be 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, but somewhere between now and 15 business days, we should have a big run on a single day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not in the top 10. We were 14th, I think, on Friday. Today we're starting out at 24th position, so there's a lot of volume being traded in the market right now. But we are 24th with a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio, which is not bad. GME is actually outbeating AMC in volume of trades with a very high 72% buy to 28% sales, and they're coming in at 19th. That's very, very good. They haven't had volume in trades in a long time, especially with positive trading, which is, I mean, they've always had really good trading percentages, ratios, but they just haven't had the volume, which is good to see that that's back in there. Looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares out of the available amount of shares. Let's see if they borrowed anything else over here. Okay, so just another additional 50,000 shares on top of what they've borrowed so far for the day-to-day, putting us at 1.2 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Very, very low number. Last Friday they borrowed 2.7 million, and the average I would say would be around 4.5. 3.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 16.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 81,000. This number is going to probably continue to drive up. 81,000 out of the money calls. SSR triggers at 1491. Our market is down 1.74 on the NASDAQ, 1.25 on the Dow Jones, and the S&P 500 down 1.39. We currently have 4,538 decliners to 2,915 advancers. Not on fire, but it is definitely declining. Kind of curious, with these larger percentages, I feel like this must be like the blue chips. For the market to be down this much and not have that many, decliners compared to what we're used to seeing when these numbers are this high, I would have to say there's probably a lot of blue chip stocks that are down right now. That'd be my guess. The VIX is up 5.75%. IWM is down 0.5. Tesla is down 0.27. Amazon is down 3.43. Cinemark is down 5.84. Doge is up 0.28. Bitcoin is up 1.63. GameStop is down 3.73. Hood is up 6.84, and AMC is down 2.56. In the outflow versus the inflow, we currently have 4 more million in outflow than we do have in inflow, with 10.3 million shares having been traded after an hour and 8 minutes, which puts us on pace for about 59.13 million shares traded for the day today, which is actually way lower than I would have anticipated. I feel like my math is off somewhere. Where is my math off? Why is that so far out? That is 68 minutes. Let me do the math again. Wow. Yep, 59.3 million shares is what we're on pace for, which means it's going to drop pretty heavily. I'm going to be way off of my volume prediction for the day. I said 50 to 70 million. We had a surge in volume in the pre-market that did not carry over. It lasted right up until about here. And then just volume just dropped off to nothing. On the daily, just looking at the vortex indicator and RSI here, guys, not all this junk up top. So looking at these indicators right here on the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.11, which is a little low, just a little below average. On the hourly, we have way more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.85. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover in the last 30 minutes with an RSI of 38.77. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.8. It does look like they're trying to go to one of these, to tiptoe down to one of these lines down here, whether it be the 19.5, 20, or 21.5% down from our last previous high of $19.43 will remain to be seen. Oh, there's more pictures. I didn't even see them all. Oh, I'm looking at the pictures of my new nephew, and there's even more pictures. I didn't realize I could scroll through the pictures on the phone. I just accidentally swiped on it. I was going to forward it to my wife so she could see. It's so cute. I wonder if she would mind if I shared. She won't mind. I'm gonna send it to my email, guys, and then show you guys. Let's see, how do I do this? Why is this so difficult for me to figure out? Okay. All right, let me open it up and show you guys. James says you better ask or you'll be in trouble. I don't know. I don't think so. We're good. I don't think she would mind. Let's see. Oh, he's so cute. What a cutie pie. All right, introducing Remington Roy Marks, 9 pounds, 4 ounces. There he is. Aw, I gotta get some water. I'm gonna get all choked up here. Give me a second, guys. They do so good. They make such a pretty baby. Handsome. Handsome baby. Splinter says, "Well, looky there. That kid's almost as cute as I am." You guys have seen you've seen Chris on here before. Chris has come in here on occasion and chatted in the comment section. He's proud daddy. If he ever shows up on here, you guys can say congratulations to him. I think he shows up as Chris Marks. Oh, Remtac. Remtac says, isn't that like 12 grand babies from Mama? Let me count. Let me count. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. It should be nine, not 12. Oh, wait. Yeah, it should only be nine. It's still a lot though. Mama Shaw's got nine. Wait, three, four, and then my five. Yeah, nine. Keto got a shout out on Tony's channel last night. Nice. Oh, I wanted to tell you guys, Gary, I think Gary, you had mentioned this. I went on to because I was expecting to get a message from you saying, "Hey, what about Massalorian or something like that?" Like, "Hey, get your butt over here. They're doing a live." It looked like their live happened on Saturday and not Sunday. Um, and I went in there and I watched probably a good, I don't know, I want to say like 20 minutes at the beginning of their live stream from Saturday. And he's he, I like him. I like the guys. It was Pantheon and um, I'm having a problem with name Macedonian at the same time. So it was kind of cool. You didn't blow it, man. They didn't do anything on Sunday. They didn't do a live stream on Sunday. So no biggie. And I wouldn't have been available to do it on to join in on Saturday. So, but you know what though? I would absolutely love to join you guys in if you guys ever want to invite me to something to just come and experience it with you. Like say you're doing like you're gonna watch a live stream and you just want me to be there and partake in it. Invite me. You never know. I might pop in and drop in and say hi and um, who knows? 2 weeks, Jana. It's always 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You sound like a parakeet. I mean, after listening to him, Gary, I feel like I would fit in. I feel like I would fit in. Um, I mean, I don't. They probably don't even know who I am. So Sure, doctor, I'm available to do hookups with. I'm available to do collabs with anybody. I shouldn't say hookups. My wife's like, no, you're not. I'm able, I'm available to do collabs with anybody. The problem is, the big problem is that I'm not um, monetized, guys, and it really, I can't even begin to explain to you how that sets me apart from the rest of the crowd. Um, it it keeps me out of groups. Um, I, I'm the black swan. I'm the black swan. So, you know, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all because to me, it feels like I'm doing something right. So it's all good. Let's check it out, Joe. Are we making head and shoulders on the daily? Let's look at it. Let's get rid of all my junk in here. I'm going to say no. I see what you're seeing in here, but I'm going to go with no because, and this isn't 100%. This doesn't have to be the case always. Even if you take out this point right here and you just drew a line across right here and then you drew a line across here and then a line across here, I feel like the timing is, um, well, the timing is going to be a little bit off on this, number one. And number two, the trailing shoulder, this one right here, compared to this one right here, is higher. Now, it doesn't always have to be the case where this has to be lower, the trailing shoulder has to be lower, but it's definitely higher in this case. So I would say probably not. Um, yeah, I'm just not. I mean, I see what you're seeing. I think I see what you're seeing. If anything, I'm seeing like a little bit of a parallel activity going on here. So same effect. If you have an ascending parallel channel, it's the same thing as a head and shoulders. They're both bearish indicators. So if I were to draw something in here, perhaps let me get rid of some of my other lines in here. Ah, dang it. Let's get rid of the noise. I feel like you can make a case that we're perhaps running up an ascending parallel just slightly. But I think on a larger scale, we have the descending parallel channel. So at some point, it's probably going to break out, going down out of this ascending parallel, but then break up because we have, I think, this. I think we have this going on right here. So we have two different channels. So we have, let me see if I can zoom in on this just a little bit here. So we have a descending on a much larger pattern. We have a descending parallel channel, which should break out going up. But on a shorter term basis, we have an ascending parallel channel. So what's going to happen is that we'll likely break out down outside this channel here, continue on in this descending parallel channel, but at some point on this descending parallel channel, we should break out, but it'll probably be beyond what you can see. Look beyond. Look beyond what you can see. Um, probably going to be closer to like, I mean, it's going to have to break out of this ascending parallel channel first. Potentially maybe hit that SSR at 14, 1491, and then maybe bouncing off that and heading up. It's going to find a level of support in here where I've got a lot of these multicolored lines. The blue, the white, and the reds. We'll probably find some kind of support off of one of these, bounce off that, and then finally break out of this this descending parallel channel. That would be my guess. Um, I'm looking at what you wrote there, James. 13. I mean, I'm seeing support at like 14. Like, I feel like we could hit SSR at 1491 and bounce off that pretty hard. The question is do we hit that, today, or do we hit that, or do we have to hit SSR at a lower price on whatever today closes at, right? Like, if we close at, let's say, $16 by the end of today, then you'd be looking at like a 1430, 1440 SSR for the next day. So we're going to probably have to trip SSR before we can start heading back up, though. More than likely. No, Gary, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you that. It's your money. It's your choice. It's not my choice to make. You have to make your choices. It's your money. Let me go back and see what you guys are writing here. Remtax says, "We are the Black Swan children." I'm okay with it. I like the title. I've always been that kind of person. Trading on the RSX and other Russian ETFs has been halted. David says, Casey, there's this theory that since there are no shares left, every time someone buys, they can't find a real share, so they create a synthetic. That, I mean, there's truth to that. There's truth to that, which means that by just buying and holding more and more, we are diluting the company's float by increasing the amount of shares, thus pushing the price lower and killing the squeeze. Yeah, no, there's no truth to that part. That part's not the truth. So here's how I want you to think of it, David. And I've actually seen this just recently come up as a topic, as an item of topic, and I'm going to touch on this because I think it's really important to discuss what causes dilution and what causes inflation. And there's a difference in understanding how dilution and inflation works. Let me just read through some of these. Dan, SSR trigger is 1941. Let me put the info back on the screen. Sorry about that. Why isn't the info going back on the screen? There it is. 1491. That's, people were thinking it was going to drop down to that amount, James, earlier. No, there's no puns. All right, so let me explain to you guys about share dilution, and because I just read through what everybody else said there, and I don't see anything I need to really touch on. So let me just talk about this before you guys ask more questions, because I think this is really important to understand. And I've explained this before. I'm gonna put a couple pictures on this. Well, I'm just gonna explain it. Let's get the notepad up. What is that? What was that thing called? One second while I get my handy dandy little notepad out here. All right, here we go. Sketchbook. Oh, wow. Look at this crappy sketch here. Who did this? This is junk. All right, let's get a new page going here. I don't even know how to do this. Let's see. New sketch. I don't need to save this. All right. This is supposed to be a water balloon. I don't know, maybe I should just delete. This is your water balloon. Forget this little scribble above it, but this is your water balloon. And what I want you to imagine is with this water balloon, this is your float, your total float, your total amount of shares available in the market. That's not, the free float is different than the total amount of shares available. But we're just going to call this let's just call this the available amount of shares in the market, which is 516 million. Okay. Let's say Adam Aaron says, hey guys, we really need to consider doing dilution, right? And dilution is by injecting more shares into the market. And this is what happens to your water balloon. So when you buy your little water balloons, it's just like this little tiny thing before you blow it up, right? But now we're going to add in 100 million shares. I'm just throwing random numbers out. We're going to throw in 100 million shares into our total amount of shares available for the market to have and own. So we're no longer talking about water balloons. We're now talking about party balloons. So, and of course, we could just say that this is a water balloon filled with air. It's just air, right? In this particular instance, in order to make this balloon right here, in order to make this balloon big enough to pop, the balloon size, right, is going to get, oh man, that's just horrible. It's going to get much, much bigger. I hate this mouse. In order to blow this up, right, the amount of pressure that has to go inside of this balloon to pop it has to be much, much greater, right? Because there's now additional shares in the market that can be used in ways that allow them to manipulate the market price. So in order to get this balloon to pop, it's going to create a lot more buying pressure, right? Buying pressure is called inflation. So buying equals inflating. You're blowing into the balloon whenever you buy shares. When you dilute, or yeah, we're going to call it dilution. D-I-L-U-T. Eesh. I can't write. Is there two L's? I don't know. When you have world's worst speller too. When you have dilution, you don't just have you have an increase in elasticity of your balloon, or in other words, you have what's the word I'm looking for here? You have growth expansion. Okay, so that's the difference between dilution and buying of shares. So buying of shares blows your balloon up, and eventually the balloon pops at whatever the size it takes to get to it to pop. But when you have dilution, where shares are injected into the market, that just grows the size of the balloon and how far we have to blow the balloon up before it does pop. That's the big difference. Now, here's the part that I want you to understand. because this is the narrative that's being pushed right now. Inflation inflation is caused by they're trying to say dilution is buying, right? They're trying to say that dilution is buying and not dilution. That's what they're trying to suggest. Even though the word dilution in itself means that you're diluting the amount of the population, right? So like you can even think of it as like because the balloon has to get bigger, you have to blow more in, which means you're diluting the amount of air inside the general populace with more air. It requires more and more and more air because you have to have more dilution or more inflation of the diluted air in order to pop the balloon. So here's what I want you to look at though. How can I prove this to be the case? Well, let's go back to something called GME. And let's take a look at what happened to GME because it's a great example of what it's the perfect blueprint of what we should be trying to accomplish, right? I think you all would agree that that's something we want to try to accomplish is something similar. So let's take a look at GME historical um, total shares. Shares outstanding history. That's what it's called. There's a particular site that I use for this, and it didn't pull me up directly to the one that I like to use, but this one will probably work anyways. Okay. Yeah. So the suggestion is that in order to have, actually, I'm going to use I want a different website. There's a website that I'm familiar with that I want to use. It's called Y Charts. All right, here we go. What do I get up on the page here? Let me get rid of all the information and camera and show you what I'm looking at. So if share dilution or share issuance is a cause for price increase, then we should see that occurring in before January's run up of 2021, correct? That would be the implication, right? However, what do we have? October 31st, the total amount of shares in existence for GME was 65.2 million. On December 1st of 2020, the total amount of shares in existence was 65.15. So you're telling me that the amount of shares decreased and the balloon popped 2 months later. When did they add more shares? Oh, look at that. January 30th, they added approximately 0.15 million shares into the market, and then not again until March 17th. So, did share dilution happen before GME launched up in price? Absolutely not. There is nothing to suggest whatsoever that share dilution causes price increase. Period. Nothing. There's actually share reduction that occurs less than 2 months before price rips. Not a whole lot, only 50,000. But there's nothing here to suggest that in order to have price increase, that you need to have an increase of total amount of standing shares. So now let's take a look at something else. I'm going to show you another picture. So I just proved to you that you do not need share dilution in order to have price increase because GME didn't have any share dilution. They actually had share reduction and had price increase. So that's step one with showing you on another stock. Step two is showing you how share dilution has stalled price discovery. In here, and I was challenged on this by those who are starting to state that we need to have share dilution. I was called out on the 72.33 million shares right here in March. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys that this is a mistake on my part. The 72.33 million shares were issued to AMC, but not necessarily injected into the market. All the rest of these lines are instances where shares were injected into the market. And what I want you to see, probably one of the most important things that I want you to see, is that very oftentimes there is a decrease in the amount of shares on loan when this happens. So for example, right here, Wanda sold 13.8 million shares into the market, and on loan amount of shares decreased tremendously. And then it started rising back up. Price started shooting up, and this is sympathetic. This price rise right here is sympathetic to 13.8 million shares. But look at this. And AMC injected 51.5 million shares on two different, 50.5 on one day and 1 million on the next day. And immediately, on loan amount again dips super low, and the squeeze ends. The price movement upwards stops dead in its tracks. Here you have, this is only 120,000 shares being injected in right here. On loan amount does start to pick up, but there's no price increase. Here you have 13.59 million shares being injected into the market. You don't have very much change in on loan going down. But the other value that's listed on this page, which is on loan average age per day, which means that really old loans started to decrease. Not the amount of loans, because that was still moving up, but the old loans were reduced and no price increase. Zero price increase whatsoever. 2.06 million shares back here sold onto the market, no price increase. 38.76 million shares at one of the peaks in January, price decrease. Sympathetic, 114.74 million. This was a sympathetic move in January that we had of last year on AMC. It was sympathetic to GME running. I don't believe that anything else caused the price on AMC to move up because we especially had 114 million shares added in December. I think it was November or December, just before the run up, a month before. This was all sympathetic price movement to GME. But I don't think that there's any other instance in here where you can look at this and say and tell me that there's a positive effect from shares hitting the market. None. This point right here may be the only one where somebody could say like, well, 13.8 million shares went into the market right here, and price started moving up almost immediately thereafter, like within days. And I would say price was already moving up. Price was already moving up before those shares hit the market. And then it stalled. As soon as those 13.8 million shares hit the market, it stalled. And then it continued to move up really fast. And then these shares hit and it stalled yet again. And I'm here to tell you that I believe this 51.5 million shares that entered into the market here roughly equated to about 7 months of us sitting through continuous price movement downwards, leading to what we see now. And so you can go ahead and take 51 million shares, add up this time that we've been going down in price for, divide those two, right? Those two by each other and say like For every 10 million shares that are injected into the market, we see a month and a half worth of extended period of time and price movement downwards, more manipulation that can occur because there's more shares in the market. And I challenge anybody to refute the things that I've just put out there. Because first I showed you GME did not have any dilution. They actually had share reduction before price movement, massive price movement upwards. And two, I just showed you how on several occasions there's been no price improvement with share dilution on AMC. And that's why I want you to think of dilution as making the balloon size elasticity larger, meaning we have to buy more before that balloon will ever pop. We have to continuously buy and buy and buy until, because that's us blowing up the balloon, until the balloon pops. Now, what will I say positive about this? I will say one thing positive. Because there is some positives here. Does share dilution cause anything good to happen? And I would argue yes, it absolutely 100% does. What happens when you blow up a balloon that's a party-sized balloon versus blowing up a small water balloon? What's the difference in the effect of the blowing up of those and then popping? Boom, right? The boom is bigger. So instead of having a mini nuke, you now have a much bigger nuke. Massive. So depending upon how much share dilution you have, the more popping you have. So you have to ask yourself, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to wait more time and have more share dilution and more buying pressure that we need to put into this stock in order to get that balloon to pop? Or do you want to cut off the elasticity of our balloon and just continue to blow it up until it pops from where we're at? GD says Casey's blaming the mouse. I kid you not, man. So my mouse has like some kind of like analytic thing where it tries to help draw straight lines. I think I showed this to you before, but like it helps me to draw it helps me to draw really straight lines across, both up and down. Because if you knew how I'm drawing these pretty quickly here, it really helps you to draw like lines that are like straight across like really quickly without any kind of issue. But if I turn off that analytic, these lines would look like horrific. But when you try to draw a circle, this is what you get. Like you get these edges because the mouse is trying to turn your curved line into a straight line. Well, I don't know. I don't know who am I trying to fool. It is just me. It's just me. I don't think so, Gary. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that AMC is destined to some never being able to pop situation. We just need to have share dilution stop. And every time our I don't want to say that. We have issued shares to AMC several occasions, and those have found their way into the marketplace. And every time that they have, it's caused us to delay longer and longer and longer. And so I think that if we want to force the issue, I think we need to say no to dilution and issuance of more shares into the market. Hey, you're welcome, Fahad. I'm gonna just admit it, Gary. It was, and GD. I'm gonna admit it. It was just my drawing. I suck. Pebbles is like, what is that, Casey? What are you trying to draw? Oh man, you guys you guys kill me. I kill myself. It's just terrible drawing is what it is. All right, let me run through the numbers here real quick, guys, so I can take my break. And I got to get back on track today because and I'm glad whoever brought that up, that share dilution conversation. Who was it? David. David, I really appreciate you bringing that up. That is something that we really, as shareholders, I think it's super important for us to talk about this information because if we don't understand the difference between dilution and inflation, then we're missing the basics. Because dilution and inflation are some of the most basic things you can talk about, right? We're talking about inflation in our market. If you want to look at inflation in regards to AMC, and I've shown this to you guys before with OBV, um, it's horrific, right? We're where the price is severely underneath the OBV value, right? Which means that's that blowing up. That's the volume. The volume is super, super large on our balloon, but the price is way low, right? Well, if that volume continues to stay where it's at or even get bigger, that is your balloon blowing up. And as the price continues to fall, it gets to the point to where it's like your needle. It's like your needle. When it gets to a certain point, that needle is going to hit that balloon that's blowing. Have you ever played that? There's a arcade game out there, where, or not arcade, but it's a game at some of the fun places you can go to play. It's where you waste money into it, and then the balloon. Every time you put some money into it, the balloon starts blowing up bigger and bigger, and whoever puts in the final dollar that gets it to pop the balloon, you get some kind of prize. That's what this is. That's that's what you're seeing. As price is moving downwards and volume stays the same or is continuously getting bigger, when price moves down, that's the pumping up of the balloon, and that needle's just waiting to pop it. We need to have more of that. But I can guarantee you, I can almost guarantee you that initially, from share dilution, you will see probably some kind of price increase, but it's just going to be temporary. It will be very short term and temporary because the market's trying to eat up those shares because they don't want us to have them. If we have those shares, they can't manipulate the market. So they're eating up the shares, and then they use those shares to use them against us. Let me go through the numbers, Keto, first. I want to get through these numbers, and then I'll cover it, if you don't mind. I'll pull up OBV and we can take a look at it again. Taking you guys to the other screen and moving some pages around. All right, let's start with the off exchange. Off exchange currently has 46.16 million shares having been traded through it, and the CBOE EDGX is at 12.91. EDGX already over the 30-day average. The off exchange hasn't really moved in the last hour. Still reporting low numbers. It's kind of surprising. I'm just kind of looking at that. I really feel like somebody has stopped trading into the dark pools, and I just don't know how to prove it. I'm trying to figure out a way I'm trying to figure out a way to figure out who's not represented in the dark pools any longer, because that's what it appears to be. Borrowed change currently at 281,000 shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.86%. Let's take a look at these options. At a $17 strike price, an hour ago there was 4.1 thousand contracts. There's now 9.8. On the puts, the most amount of volume went from 15 to 15.5, and it went from 3.3 at 15 to 6.3 at 15.5. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not in the top 10, nor is GME. GME was like 18th or 19th earlier. They're 19th right now with a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio, which is decent, very decent. AMC currently running at 26. We dropped 2 spots. I think we were 24th an hour ago. But our buy to sell ratio is not bad at 68 to 32. Those are good numbers. Just not as much volume as other stocks on the market today. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 0. 3.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 16.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trips at 1491 today. The Nasdaq is down 1.43, the Dow Jones is down 1.26, and the S&P 500 is down 1.33. The market's not really on fire, but the percentages look like they are. But there's only 4,498 decliners to 2,949 advancers, so it's really not as bad as you might think. My guess is that it's large amounts of probably blue chips that are down. That would be my guess. VIX is up 5%. IWM is down 0.38. Tesla is up 0.24. Amazon is down 3.33. Cinemark is down 6.94. Doge is up 0.73. Bitcoin up 2.6. GME is down 8.34, and Hood is up 8.99. Here's an interesting. So GME has a higher buy. It looks to me like they're trying to trip SSR today on GME. And usually we're like a day or two behind, maybe 2 days. So if I had to guess, we trip SSR on Wednesday. If they trip SSR today on GME, I can almost guarantee you we trip it on Wednesday. And the reason I say that is because SSR will be tripped today and tomorrow for GME, so they probably won't try to trip AMC until after SSR is done being on for GME. It really looks like they're giving a hard push down. The dip is being bought, though, as we can see on Fidelity. They've traded 1 million shares so far for the day-to-day compared to their 3-month average of 3 million. So they have some decent volume. On our inflow versus outflow, we currently have 4 more million in outflow than inflow. And let's check our volume, our volume pace for the day. Oh gosh, I can't math right now. 90, 117. We're on pace for 52.6 million shares traded for the day today. I had made a prediction this morning on pre-market 50 to 70 million. I probably should have gone 40, 60, but I think I went too high. I stalled out for a long time trying to figure out where I was going with volume, but I made a miscalculation. Let's see here. On a daily interval, just looking at vortex indicator and RSI. On the vortex indicator, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.39. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.85. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover in the last 30 minutes with an RSI of 48.5, which is pretty much right down the middle on percentage. And on a 5-minute interval, there's also more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover in the last 5 minutes with RSI at 54.63. Very unusual to see AMC and GME flowing in different directions. All right, let me show the Janet, it said share dilution. Your phone auto-corrected shares or share to share. That's hilarious. All right, Keto wants to see the OBV chart again and explain, and I'll pull it up here real quick and see if I can't give an explanation for it as fast as I can. Let me just change histogram. Hmm. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, let's see, this is 30 minute. Let's do day. What do we got on the screen here? All right, we're just going to take a look at the daily on TradingView. We'll pull up OBV, which is on balance volume. And setting, let's see. Nope. And then I'm going to turn it. So I moved the OBV up into the pane where the price is. And I'm actually not going to adjust this just yet, but I am going to turn it into a histogram just so you can kind of see kind of like the large how much quantity it is. And then I'm also going to turn down how well you can see it. Now, without making any adjustments whatsoever, you can already tell that there's massive amounts of volume in here compared to price. This is not how this is supposed to look. So you have to kind of try and make this fit so that you know what you're looking at is comparing apples to apples. So I'm gonna kind of shrink this down just a tad bit here, and I'm gonna increase. I'm gonna try to increase price just a tad bit, and I'm gonna try and get these two images to overlay mainly where the volume really starts to pick up the most. And that's what you really want to get is you want to try and get your volume and your down here where volume really starts to pick up. You want to try and get these things to kind of match up a little bit. So you can see the manipulation to volume versus price. That's actually not. That's not that. Let's see. Oh, is that what I have to do? Hold on a second here. No. Yikes. Really screwed me up. So really what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get volume and price to make the most sense. So if you look at it, yeah, okay, this looks pretty decent. Okay, so what you have is you have standardized volume with price moving along here. Then all of a sudden volume starts to pick up as price moves up, but you can see volume gets much, much higher than price. Price has a correction back down, and volume does have a little bit of correction back down, but you can still see that volume is still really high compared to price. Like price is undervalued, right? Compared to where your volume's at. It didn't increase to the full amount. How do you know that? Because when you get to this point right here, you can see volume increasing once again, and you can see price moving up as volume increases, which is why I always tell you guys that volume means everything. And then what ends up happening is price over accentuates or becomes this is where you have inflation that's too high, right? The balloon popped. This is the balloon popping, and then price falls back down and actually meets up perfectly with where it's supposed to be at, but then it pops a second time. And I can't drive up to the top there to where it's at, but without changing or resizing everything. But then price comes back down, falls back down, gets down into this range right here, and then we actually have a stabilization of price and volume right in this area right here, which I would say this is a happy neutral. This is where price should have been trading at that volume level at that point in time. But then they try to drop the price on us, and again, it just absolutely starts taking off because there's too much. It's undervalued. It's undervalued, so you have a popping again. Price comes back in, stabilizes within that kind of volume range, and then you see a massive push down in price while volume still remains relatively high compared to the past. In fact, if I put the line right here on the past, or right now where we're at in on balance volume, it's equal to pretty much everything that we've had since the run up back in um, late May, right? We have volume that's way up there. So what you have here is this in this downwards movement. This is our inflation. This is our this. I mean, technically, this is inflation over here, but this is us blowing up the balloon, right? Because we're still buying into this, as you can tell from the volume still being relatively high. We're buying into this price moving down, and so this is us blowing up the balloon right here. This is all balloon blowing going on. Same like how you had back here, where the balloon was blown up, price never actually met and came back up to where it should be, and then you have an explosion, an overcorrection of price to meet up where it's supposed to meet up with volume. And then you have a correct, once it overcorrects, it comes back down and stabilizes very nicely with this wave pattern on either side of the volume, then you see this attack down, major attack down right here. And yet volume never actually drops to support the idea that there was selling. There were still high amounts of volume. This is synthetic. This is all synthetic volume. Why? Because there's fake shares. When there's fake shares, that means there's a lot of orders to complete and fulfill above and beyond what the price is suggesting it should be at. So you're going to get another popping effect off of this, and it's going to overcorrect again. The question is how high? And as you can see from the past, when it trends along like this and price does start to correct, it also meets and exceeds expectations in volume, right? This is what you would call FOMO right here. This is FOMO buying, failure of missing out. This is all FOMO. And so this price right here, or this volume right here, moving across, when this does start to pop upwards, this volume will start to increase with it. And so it'll be much higher volume amounts than what we've had from the past. Now, the interesting thing is if you draw this line across to the side over here, on balance volume, it's indicating that we have somewhere in the range of about 4.5 billion shares in balance. And I tend to think it's higher than that, but that's way more volume than this stock should have in regards to having total amount of share volume of only 516 million shares. 9 times larger? I think something like that. So pretty crazy. It's not, it's more like, yeah. I mean, you may not have been here earlier, bad back, but I already showed it. GME actually had share reduction, outstanding share reduction prior to the run up of January. There was no dilution at that time. So yeah, you don't want to dilute. It creates less demand, right? The more dilution you have, the less demand, which means price falls. Initially, it'll run up, but only because institutions and hedge funds want to cover, or not, cover is the wrong word. They want to grab as many shares as they can. They want to cover their butts, is what I meant to say. They're going to cover their butts by trying to grab as many of those shares as they can and use them how they want to. GME didn't. That's funny you say that, bad back. I tried looking for the information, and since I couldn't prove it, I didn't want to say it. But it looks like they did a buyback of 50,000 shares in December of 2019, right? No, 2020, December of 2020. But I couldn't find the information to prove that. I can just see that there was a reduction in the amount of outstanding shares. I just don't know why or what caused it. I just know that it exists. The reduction exists. So the argument to me in that point would be is that share reduction causes a squeeze, not share dilution. Gary's asking me what's my low for today. You don't want to know, Gary. You don't want to know. I said 18 to 21. 18 to 21. I kind of felt like there was going to be a little bit of a run up today. Yeah, and I wouldn't. Our stock is heavily diluted. heavily diluted. But it's not really because well, it is because there's additional shares in the marketplace, but it's also because of synthetics being created. But all I would simply suggest to you, or um, try to um, give you an example of if put yourself in a hedge fund's position. If somebody said to you, "Hey, I see you're having problems with liquidity in the market. Here's some shares that you can buy to relieve the pressure," right? Because that's expansion of your balloon. So when AMC or anybody uh, dilutes, then you have a release of pressure because now the balloon size is bigger and those shares can be used to manipulate how it sees fit, however the hedge fund decides to use them. So I personally don't want to give any more ammunition over to the enemy. that's, that's my opinion, though. Oh, GD, you have no idea. You have no idea. Let me take you over to the VIX. Let me show you something here. Look at this. Please tell me wherever in the market have you seen ascending red candlesticks? This is on a weekly basis. 1, 2, 3, 4 ascending candlesticks of red. Where have you ever seen that? And here's the best part. This is how manipulated this is, our entire market. This is the VIX. This is the volatility index of our market. Look at this vortex indicator. If I could draw a line on here, show you a trend line. Look at that blue line trending upwards. This is indicating heavier and heavier volatility within our market. 100%. And this stems all the way back to June of 2021 when this trend starts. And trend is just increasing, increasing, increasing. And look at what happens to the selling pressure. This is the think of the VIX selling pressure as the trying to keep volatility down, right? Look at what it tries to do. Nope, not gonna let it happen. Not gonna let it happen even more. Not gonna let it happen even more. Now I'm gonna freaking shout at you. I'm not letting this happen. Look how much they are trying to absolutely keep the volatility down within our market. It's just growing. It's like a megaphone. It's a complete 100% megaphone. And pretty soon what's going to happen is that megaphone's going to start shouting like this. It's going to start shouting. This is a weekly look. This is COVID right here. This is COVID. Anybody know what a cup and handle looks like? Because that almost looks like a perfect cup and handle. And the VIX shouldn't. I wouldn't even think that the VIX would make cup and handles. It's not how it should work. But this is a sign right here to me that the economy, something happened in 2008. Money was injected into the market, but the market never recovered. The market just had a temporary easing because this is recovery. Down here, this is what recovery looks like. We never actually got to that point. The market said, nope, I'm not done yet. Deal with me now. Inflation. Look at the RSI on this thing. Here's COVID's RSI. Look at the bowl shape that the RSI is making. How much longer is it going to take before this thing absolutely explodes? Look back here. Look how this happened over 2 weeks. This explosion from this point right here all the way up to there was a 2-week period of time. How much longer before that happens? So is that a yes to omnipolation? Omnipolation. It's manipulation, but with it's like omnipolation. I can't say it. Yes, 100%. You're welcome, Keto. My Bino was asking a really important question. I think GD says I've never seen ascending red candles like that. I'm telling you, I have never seen it my entire life. I have never seen ascending red candles in my entire life. Maybe two, a rarity three, but four ascending red candles? That doesn't happen. That's that is a market that is just waiting, is just begging to stop manipulating me. Please let me just do what I need to do because it needs to happen. And this is somebody is trying to keep the market from blowing up, and the market's saying no. I need to correct. I am still moving in this direction, regardless of whether you want me to move there or not. Look for red candlesticks going up on AMC. I don't see it anywhere. Never. Where I can't find it anywhere. It doesn't exist. AP buddy, how's it going, man? Yeah, I'm gonna take my break at 11:20 today, guys. I'm just gonna take it a little bit later. GD says AMC manipulation is like the village bicycle. Everybody's had a ride. Austin Powers. James says, "How can? Oh, I wish I could get the rest of the shares. How can we?" I mean, I've seen red candles go up before, Sammy boy, like one or two. Sure, you can find instances of that, sure. But four on a weekly? I mean, it seems pretty crazy to me. I don't know. I can't honestly say I've seen it before. Speaking of which, I just want to look at something real quick here. Thanks, AP. Appreciate it, man. I just pay you to say that, though. Steven says, take a picture. I got to go back to what Bino said, though. I really need to answer what Bino's saying. If it's this simple for retail traders to do TA on our stock and point out manipulation, how is the SEC not seeing what we see? I really want to come up with a great answer for you. I guess the only thing that I can really say, and this goes to some of the research that I was doing over the weekend on well, this is proposed rule 87 FR 9106, and what this is in reference to is a proposal for um, large private equity advisors to be forced into submitting PF PF forms during key events, um, and then also to force them into reporting who they advise, like what kind of liquidity funds that they advise, and then also enhancing the FSOC's ability to monitor systemic risk. I'm just reading right here, and help the SEC to police private fund advisors to protect investors. I think some of the rulings that are being made right now are in reference to giving transparency to the SEC to be able to make the cases that they need to make about the manipulation. Because sure, you can look at these charts and say, like, obviously something's fishy here, but when you go to start checking the books, there's not enough reported information for them to be able to make a case to say that there's been specific um, rule violations. Now, we also know that there's plenty of times where they have rule violations that they just write them off as cost, pay to play. For those of you who are gamers out there, pay to play, right? Uh, you pay some money, you get a little cheat, and you get to keep on moving forward, and at a, you get to make money, or you get a weapon or whatever it is. And it's the main problem is that the fines aren't large enough, and that there's no jail time. So one of the things that I think that we really, I don't know, I guess kind of need to push for is making sure that there's more, not just transparency, but more stiffer fines. Not more stiffer, but stiffer fines, or harsher penalties. Like their license is stripped if they have X amount of violations, or, you know, just real consequences for market manipulation. And James saying they can't admit it openly, and that's 100% correct, because if the SEC goes in there and says, says something about specific data without being able to have supporting backing documentation of 100% proof of what it is that they're talking about, then it's just an accusation. And they can't just fraudulently go around and accusing companies of doing things that they don't have hard physical evidence of. So that's part of the reason why I think some of this transparency stuff is happening. The unfortunate answer to your questions is that market failure needs to occur. That's what's the number one thing that causes market change? Market failure. When you have systemic problems inside the market, and it has to have immediate response and actions that fix things, it comes from market failure. That's the only thing that's really going to cause our economy to wake up. I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Bad Back. I think that that is also something that should happen. I think that definitely a better education in the market would be desirable from the common retail investor. But I think, in order to fix this, in order to have rules put into place, I think the real source that those fixes are going to come from is a market failure. I have no idea, Sammy. Tripping SSR will mean legally market makers being legally allowed to print synthetic naked shorts. GD says as soon as bombs drop outside of the Ukraine's borders, hold on to your 401k. Yeesh. Man. Well, wasn't there an announcement? Somebody said something this morning about an announcement of a ceasefire. I thought the last ceasefire was broken, but let me just check the news real quick here before we go into the next. Well, 19 minutes ago, Russia invades Ukraine. Well, that was short-lived. Xi and Putin's no limits bond leaves China few options on Ukraine. Russia-Ukraine live news. Kiev, hopefully I'm saying that right. Kiev, Moscow hold third round of talks. Here's the latest news about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Moscow says it will let Ukrainian civilians flee to Russia. How nice. I'm sure that's exactly where they want to go. Especially after we just I just saw news reports of police in Moscow stopping civilians to check their phones. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna cover the data here. Let me just read what you guys are writing real quick. I have not seen anything, Nosa. I don't know. I have not seen anything about that. I have not seen any rules, proposed rules put into place. I have not seen anything. I'm not sure where that came from. Man, you're not kidding there, Badback. You know, I don't know. I just read what Peter said about the coffee donations, and I'm pretty sure good old Gazer Beam Gary was fuming on the inside. If you watched his face in that moment when John Stewart said that about the coffee fundraising that was going on in their break room, I can almost guarantee you that Gary was just absolutely fuming. I'm positive somebody got in trouble for that later. Well, Peter, based off of where price is at right now, a tripping of SSR today would probably cause price to rise, I would imagine. Typically speaking, since that does go past the 21.5% mark, that's typically what we see end up happening is that you'll get a rebound off of it. As it stands right now, GME is about 0.5% away from tripping that SSR. And like I said, I can almost guarantee you that we're going to trip SSR by Wednesday, if I had to guess, just because that's what's happened in the past is GME has tripped SSR. Once SSR is released, which would be Wednesday, then AMC goes for it. So that's what we'll be watching for, I think, for Wednesday. And Wednesday does happen to be one of our worst trending days on price movement. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm gonna run them real quick and then I'm gonna head to break. Let me refresh my screens. And then I get to go text my sister or call her up and congratulate her on the birth of Remington Roy Shaw. Remington, I like that name. Remington, it's a good name. All right, taking you guys to the other page. Taking a look at the off exchange, 46.16 and 12.91. I would normally expect us to see an off exchange amount of at least 52, 53 by this time of the day. And then that CBOE EDGX right about where it's at right now, 12 to 13%. But like I said before, I really believe that there's a player that's out of the game right now, and that's why we've been seeing more like a 48% going through the off exchange. And it may be more than one player, maybe 2 or 3 players that left the game. But there's definitely been a decrease in off exchange amounts. So let's refresh, and there we are at 45.35, a very, very low number compared to what we've had for the last 30-day average. 12.95 on the EDGX, though, still very high. Refreshing Ortex, 281,000 shares were how many were borrowed an hour ago. It's still the same number. That's going to keep our estimated current short share interest of the free float at 20.86. And now I'm starting to wonder if Ortex is not reporting data again. At a $17 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.8 thousand contracts. There's now 10.4. And on the puts, at a $16 strike price with the most volume, which is up 50 cents again. We started out at 15 today on the puts, and now we're up to 16. It was 6.3 thousand contracts at 15.5 an hour ago. It is now 9.2 at 16. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not on the top 30 or top 10 list. GME was in 19th an hour ago, I want to say. Where did they go? They're moving up the, wow, guys, moving up the list. They're currently in 13th. Super strong, 81% buys at 19% sales, looking really, really strong. AMC's still holding 26th, down here at 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. Nothing wrong with that. We're still on the top 30 list, not bad. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is $14.91. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like we've got 50,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. And notice that the fee did go up 0.1%. That's going to raise our total amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day to 1.25 million. 3.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 16.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 2.12, Dow Jones is down 1.8, and the S&P 500 is down 1.99. We currently have 4,890 decliners to 2,603 advancers. It's a little bit worse than it was an hour ago. I'm still thinking that it's primarily the blue chips that are down that would cause that to happen, to see the market be down as much as it is, but not that many decliners. The VIX is up 6.38. IWM is down 1.4. Tesla is down 1.03. Amazon down 3.92. Cinemark down 8.18. Cinemark dipping underneath AMC's value. Doge is down 0.44. Bitcoin is up 0.77. GameStop is down 9.33. Let's just check that and see if it actually triggered. Don't think it would have triggered just yet. Did it trigger earlier? Let me just check something real quick here, guys. Yep. So GME triggered SSR earlier. When it hit 100, the trigger price was 149. So GME did trigger. Somebody was asking earlier about like what would you expect to see have happen to price on AMC? Something very similar to what you're seeing happening on GME right now, since it triggered. Look at that, dropping down right on 100 and then bouncing. Insane. Hood is up 5.79. AMC is down 3.5. Outflow versus inflow. There's currently a 5 million spread with more outflow than inflow. 19.57 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's check and see where we're at average wise. Let's see. We're on pace for about 48 million shares traded for the day today. I had suggested in the pre-market that it was going to be between 50 and 70, and I can just tell you right now that I feel like I was pretty far off on that, but I don't know. There's still time left in the day for that to change. Volume is starting to pick up right now. I still think I'm going to end up being too high. I should have done more like 40, 60. On a daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.5. On an hourly, we have more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.36, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.38. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.28. Let me see what you guys are writing. Yes, what Badback said there about SSR tripping is correct. You're welcome, James. And Mr. Smith, you are correct. Gary says the wife thinks I made another friend. We're all friends here. I think you made a lot of friends. I feel like a lot of us on here, internet buddies. I don't even is that such a thing? I don't know. Yes, Chris, that is you're right. That is exactly what happens. Short sale exemption. under certain conditions, when short sale exemptions occurs, the creation or the synthetic naked shorts it's legal during those periods of time to print synthetic naked shorts, which in turn is like printing fake shares. So SSR triggering, it's kind of I equate it to a releasing of the pressure in the market to um, the releasing of the pressure of the buying pressure, really, is what it comes down to. Oh, it certainly is, isn't it? Look at that. Tano says it's forming a W, and you're not wrong. I don't know if it's going to go there though. Let's zoom out just a tad bit here. Let's get rid of the extended hours. Just kind of curious. We'll have to see if this is where we touch down on if we hold this. If we hold this line, right here, it's possible that we have, a wedge, descending wedge occurring, but we'll have to see if we hold this line here. It could break past it, so I'm not going to call this good TA until we see it break back up and do some more consolidation with inside the wedge. But if it does, then you'd be looking at like a possible breakout. I'll just draw it in here just for the fun of it. Probably somewhere around here. Maybe a little bit more to the right. I'll decide later if I should move it or not. But we want to see this 1592. We want to see this hold. And I'll put those Bollinger bands back in there, and then I'm going to take a break. I know I was gone a little bit at market open, but I was still working. I was working. So I'm going to go ahead and take the break now, and I will see you guys back at noon. How does that sound? Hopefully, I know some people take their lunch. I apologize for this. I know some of y'all take your lunches at 11 o'clock, and so this is like the perfect time for you to listen. Unfortunately, today I had somebody come by working on something at the house here, so uh, I had to take a little bit of a siesta away for a minute, and so I extended my breakout. Doesn't happen very often, but your girlfriend's always right, Tano. Don't tell her I said that, though. Please. Please don't tell her I said that. All right, we'll see if this holds here. I'm not convinced that this wedge is going to hold. I really have a feeling they're going to be trying to push this down further. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back at noon. Gotta go give a new mama. Well, she's not a new mama. She's already a mama, but mama again to a new baby. A phone call and say congratulations to him. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back. So I just talked to my sister. She was all right with Remington Roy Marks being on the stream today. So his guest appearance on the internet. They are doing really well. Really super happy for them. And that's my new nephew. Such a catchy name, Remy Roy Shaw. Or sorry, that's my last name, Remy Roy Marks. I keep doing that. I don't know why. I always do that. I don't know why. Remy Roy Marks. Got to keep saying it in my head. If you don't keep saying it in your head, then you don't really feel it. It doesn't feel real until you say it lots of times. Alrighty, let's do a quick look at what's going on here. I see some new names in here saying some things. It's cool. S. Jinx says, all I know is hold. Nice. I feel like one of these days I should do like a breakdown or a history of AMC and what we've gone through over the last year. I'm just dedicating a day to that. Because I feel like I know there's some people who kind of came in late, maybe after June, maybe but just before June. But there's been a lot of things that have happened that have transpired, and unless you've been here for the whole process, there's things that you missed out on. Definitely things that you've missed out on along the way. As far as price movement goes, it looks like we did bounce off that lower line for the wedge. We climbed right up the backside of this Bollinger Band here, and of course, since we were touching on that, it's going to come back down and return to the simple moving average. Looks like they're driving down volatility now. They don't want to have volume continue to remain high. Looks like they've got volume underneath that 60,000 shares a minute target that they like to achieve. Price falling, volume falling. That's bullish. So we might see some consolidation happening from here on out until the later portion of the day today, and then possibly a breakout going up. Now, it's not always the case, but I do tend to feel like sometimes when I draw the trend channel on this, that typically what we see is whichever side of the trend channel points to is the opposite of where it breaks out to. And so if it's pointing, in this case, price is pointing down to the bottom side of the wedge, we may see price breakout going up. But then you also have the indicator of price falling and volume falling, which is bullish. So several different things that we're looking at here that could indicate price breaking out going up out of this downwards trend. So let's take a look at our numbers. When this is all said and done, actually, I'll wait to say this in a minute. I'll tell you guys in a minute what I was going to say. Starting with the off exchange, 45, 35, and 12.95 were the numbers an hour ago. Currently at 44.68 in the off exchange and 13.5 in the CBOE EDGX. It looks like a lot of price discovery getting stuffed into the ETFs right now. For sure. It is a full percentage point higher than normal. An hour ago, there was 281,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's down to 122, which is going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 20.84. on our options. An hour ago at a $17 strike price, there was 10.4 thousand contracts for the calls. There's now 11.2. And on the puts, at a $16 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.2 thousand contracts. There's now 11.4. So it looks like we're being hedged between 16 and 17 for a closing price for the day today. Looks like they've finally settled on fair market value for the day today. So we'll have to take a look and see how that looks on the chart here in just a minute. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME and AMC are not on the top 10 list, but they both were in the top 30. GME was doing exceptionally better. In fact, it looks like they've moved up a place to 13th with an exceptional 82% buy to 18% sell ratio, looking really, really strong. AMC, on the other hand, has slipped down on this with volume, but our buy to sell ratio is really strong with 70% buys to 30% sales. Looking really good there. This is what I was going to say. This site takes donations. I don't have any donations to give to this site, but if there was one site that was ran by apes that I truly believe is ran by an ape who's not from the United States, this would be it. And I can't wait for the day that I can make a random donation to this. This has been, in my opinion, monumental in tracking data. And I'm just throwing that out there. But I think it's been pretty huge. 14.91 is the SSR trigger price for this for today. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. Let me just refresh this to make sure. Yep, no new shares borrowed in the last hour, but the fee is up to 0.8%. 3.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the call. 16.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. I hope they know what a service they provide. I would hate to see that site go down. NASDAQ is down 2.06%, Dow Jones is down 1.64%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.86%. However, the market doesn't appear to be on fire, with only 4,832 decliners to 2,650 advancers. The advancers would have to be below 2,000 for me to say on fire. The VIX is down 8.1%. Sorry, I said down. Up. The VIX is up 8.1%. IWM is down 1.3%. Tesla is down 0.81%. Amazon down 4.2%. Cinemark down 7%. Doge down 1.1%. Bitcoin down 0.27%. GME is down 9.66%, having tripped SSR. Hood is up 7.44%, and AMC is down 2.47%. There's currently $7 million more in outflow than inflow. And as we stand right now, 23.6 million shares have been traded for the day. We're on pace for about 42 million. I'm pretty sure that's about where it was an hour ago. So we've been maintaining pace for the last hour. 42.6 million shares expected to be traded by the end of the day today. I'm not going to hold my breath. I said 50 to 70, and I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm going to be too high, but we'll see. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.87. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.33. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last 30 minutes or happening currently with an RSI of 42. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers in the last hour, actually the last half hour. And RSI currently at 44.97. So again, Just kind of consolidation, I think, here inside of our daily wedge. I would expect price to maybe come down to here, maybe test the bottom one more time, head up, maybe test the top once, come down just slightly, and then maybe break through. That's what I'm going for. In fact, you know what? Let's just kind of draw it out, shall we? Maybe a little something like this. That's what I'm going for. We'll see if that doesn't happen there. And with that, let's see what you guys are saying. Yes, Remington is the name. You're Batman. I, I don't know why you keep saying that. I've heard you say it a couple times now, Rem, where you say I'm Batman. Yes, GME did trigger SSR. And I'm kind of basing this off of what we saw a couple weeks back, and I don't remember exactly when it was, but it could have been a month or so ago. I would suggest that perhaps AMC breaks SSR on Wednesday. So let me just look at my statistics here real quick. If today ends up being a red day, which I'm kind of expecting to be the case, um, we might actually finish up. We might finish or even close to even would be nice. What price does this put us at? Yeah, we might finish very close to even today. If we finish just slightly green and go green on Tuesday, and then Wednesday hits, I would suggest, and this is just my theorizing on where we could be moving to potentially in the future, we might potentially see AMC trip on Wednesday SSR. The question is how much up will we go? But if we trip SSR on Wednesday, I think Friday will look really good for us. If the answer is just crime, got it. But is there TA explanation for why inflow out is greater than outflow? Or sorry, yeah, I think you mean the other way. But yeah, why is outflow greater than inflow? Short interest not increasing, but price going down sideways. So short interest won't increase unless there's more short interest created on the free float. So that's going to be separate from outflow and inflow. Now, in regards to outflow and inflow, I would just say that the reason we typically tend to see more outflow than inflow, but yet have higher buy to sell ratios on the market is that you're seeing a lot of it going through the off exchange. Um, that would be my personal opinion. I should be on cloud nine with my news today with Remington. Yeah, I'm happy. I am happy. I can't wait to toast about it later. I called my sister up and told her congratulations when I was on break. Yeah, time decay kills. Let me just check something myself here real quick. Yeah, Remy. Pretty cool name. No, Alan. Remington Steel. Just like cold steel, damn it. Oh man, no, that's not the reason why. If we hit SSR on Wednesday and lose 10%, you say Friday will be good. Why? Because we will get our 10% be at the same. Because normally, Justin, when they drop price, let's say for example that we are up today. So in the scenario that I provided, maybe we finish even today across the board, right? 1653 or 7 or whatever it was. I think it was 1657. Let's say we just finish even across the board today. And then we have a slightly update tomorrow with like maybe like up a buck or something, putting us at like 1750. 1750 with SSR. Let me just calculate it out real quick. To trip SSR at 1750 would put us at 1575. So actually, I'm going to guess a number just a little bit lower than that because I'm going to show you where it's going to line up. These numbers that I have here at 1564, 1554, and 1525, those are your turnaround points for synthetic price failures. So if we hit some number on Tuesday, if I had to guess what it is, it's going to be the number that we get up to will be 10% will put us down, will put us somewhere really close to this like 1554. So let's see, 15. That would be like 1709, I think. Let me just check it, make sure. I'm going to put in 1705. 1534. Yeah, so 1710. If I had to guess, I'm going to just roll the dice right here and say 1710 close for tomorrow. And then 10% down would put us right here exactly where we need to hit for a 20% decrease in price from our last high of 1943. And this would complete, it would trip SSR. It would complete the synthetic price failure demand for the algorithms, and you could see price starting to rise back up after that. Maybe shooting down. So the real question then becomes is how many paper hands do we have? The price will continue to move further down if there is paper hands. If it's not profitable for them to continue to push price down beyond 20%, and we break 21.5, which is the red line, then we know we've had somebody sold shares, more than likely it's institutions. So we'll find out. We'll find out if that's the case or not. But then SSR would end, and I believe that the buying pressure would be really strong for Friday. And that's kind of like the thesis of why I think pushing up on Friday. Because SSR won't be triggered any longer by Friday if it trips on Wednesday. Yes, and he was not rubbish, Alan. How, Alan? How old are you? How old are you, Alan? Remington Steele was not rubbish, James Bond. I don't know. I guess I guess it depends on who you're comparing him to, because I do like I would put two people ahead of him as James Bonds, but he would be like at least number three in my opinion. Pierce Brosnan was the worst James Bond? What? Alan, you're my age. That's insane. That is insane. As a rule, there's nothing that stops. Um, I don't, as far as I understand, I don't see any reason why the algorithm shouldn't be allowed to trade how they want to trade, right? It's just a trading theory, right? If you have an algorithm that's going to manipulate prices in a way to be able to get them to where you want them to get, that would be a trading strategy. So as far as manipulation goes, I don't think that what would have to be proven would be is that the algorithms are working in conjunction or together in a uh, coerced movement or pattern in which it can manipulate the price down. Um, I think that's the part that would end up being really difficult uh, to prove without just outright saying you cheaters. So, but it's there are holes in the algorithms that I found when I picked apart GME. When I started really looking at it deep dives into GME and seeing where the algorithms had the most tendency to turn price around from one place to the next, it was always 20, 35, and 60% moves. Not always right on the dot. I mean, you have to assume that there's going to be some margin of error, right? Like it's not always going to turn right at 20%. It's not always going to turn right at 35%. You could have 40. Sometimes it could be 40. Sometimes it could be uh, 33. But somewhere really close to those kind of numbers is where you're looking for those turning points. Oh, I see what you're saying, Alan. Yeah, I think so. I would agree. I thought you meant Pierce Brosnan as James Bond, but apparently Brian does seem to think that. In my opinion, Pierce Brosnan was number three. Alex is saying, "What's the bottom on this? Where's your red line at?" The paper hand point would be at 1525. SSR is tripped at 1491 today, but I don't think they're shooting for SSR today. And in fact, I think today's very possibly, if this pattern formation completes, there's a very good chance that we close the day out almost even across. So like 1650-ish, maybe a little bit lower than 1650. If that doesn't happen, and this breaks out going down further, then yes, the bottom on this could be any one of these lines: 1564, 1554, 1525, and 1491. See, that's where I don't know. I'm a huge Brosnan fan for James Bond. That's just me, I guess. It never goes back up as much as it goes down, and it's just because long positions can't manipulate the price as easily as short positions can. Long positions don't have multiple what's the word I want to look at? Multiple resources for being able to manipulate price. You know, don't hate me, guys. Really, please don't hate me. I did not like why can't Craig what's Craig's last name? The current one. I did not like him as James Bond at first. I absolutely hated him as James Bond. Why? He actually looks like my cousin, who I'm really great friends with, but my cousin is not a James Bond type at all. So, so I had a real hard time seeing my cousin as James Bond, and so it really was hard for me to see him. But I'll tell you what, I warmed up probably after his third movie. Yeah, Daniel Craig. Thank you. I could it's the man with two first names. I thought Craig was his first name. Craig Daniels. Alex saying J.P. Morgan is the way. What? Come on. What? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Yeah, I felt like I could play that in my sleep, Rimtac, that GoldenEye game, until I saw some of the people doing some of the speed runs on that game, and I had no idea um, some of the hacks that were out there. Dude, I love Roger Moore's eyebrow, Alan. I am so with you. Roger Moore, let me just make sure. I think, in my opinion, it's Roger Moore first, Sean Connery second, and Pierce Brosnan third. Those are my three favorites. But Moore's definitely my fave. And then of course like just the whole relationship between like Jaws and I think it was Moore. Okay, so it looks like indeed they may try to push this down outside the wedge now. They're gonna try for it. The blood is in the water. They can smell it. The algorithms must sense some kind of weakness right here. So it looks like they're trying to test it to push out now. George Lazen. Wait, I gotta look him up, Brian. Hold on. Hold on. Oh no. No, I just can't agree on that one. Not gonna have it. But you're entitled to your opinion. You're totally entitled to your opinion. I want to look up a list of all the James Bonds. I actually don't even know if I know who they all are. Hmm. Boy, I tried to say boy and my at the same time. Boy, Daniel Craig is looking really old in this picture right here. I mean, I know I'm no uh, young rooster, but geez, holy moly, I didn't realize how old he's starting to look. Roger Moore. No, no. Yeah, no. I'm sticking to my three. Roger Moore first, Sean Connery second, and Pierce Brosnan's third. Those are my favorites. And my dad was suave like Roger Moore. I really feel like if there's any one specific individual, not saying my dad's like James Bond at all. my my dad was no James Bond, but he had the smoothness of Roger Moore. He was a smooth guy. Well, I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody in here, S. Dot. Um, but I completely understand where you're coming from that sentiment. Or maybe even Jigsaw, a little cross maybe between Seven and Jigsaw, maybe. Yeah, Spring Chicken. That's what I meant, Remtac. Remtac knew what I was talking about. It's the words. I might just have my line on the bottom side here just slightly off. So that may be why this is dipping down as far as it is. It may actually rebound here after all. I might have to adjust my line just a bit because you see I use this touch point right here, but it was actually a little bit lower. If I use this touch point right here, then it puts the data in back in here. Should probably just move that like that. And this needs to go like this. And this like that. Let's put it right here. So I have a theory on this RemTac as far as this Batman being darker like the Joker one. I've got a theory. And I don't know, I feel like maybe I could ruin this for people. Let me think here if I should say this. I have a theory. I don't think this will ruin anything for anybody. But I feel like a little bit like something like the multiverse that happened with another superhero movie, because I don't want to give away that one either. May happen inside the um, DC version. Something like that may happen. But that's just I'm kind of theorizing. I might end up being completely wrong, but I'm thinking some kind of multiverse type event may occur. Is it time yet? 12:30? I feel like I just went in a time warp or something. I just want to come over here and look at the VIX just real quick. I want to see how it's reacting. Look at that. That is so crazy. It's still showing a fourth. What was the closing price? It was like 32. This shouldn't be red. I just don't get this. Remtax says he sees where I'm going, and I got a little bit of just a little bit of an inkling. If you remember, if you saw the Batman movie, and I'm assuming that you did, Remtac, because of what you're saying, but if you saw the previews, there was something specifically, a new movie that's going to be coming out that's DC, that kind of alluded to a multiverse. Brian says best Batman, Adam West, Christian Bale, and then Michael Keaton. I'm actually gonna throw Adam West out on my three, and it's just because I just it was just too comic-y. Um, I mean, I loved how it made me enjoy it when I was a kid, but I really prefer some of the other Batman since. So Dan, it's so all I did was I looked at the on loan average age per day over several periods of time where it had gone down and started to move back up, and then started counting the amount of days before we had a price increase. I want to say that I'll show you the DD that came to support this information. And it'll actually show you the one instance where I felt like it really didn't support it. But this is what you're seeing right here is that information, and you see these dips, and once these dips occurred, when it got to the bottom, started counting out 15 business days after that, and you ended up having price. Now this one right here doesn't look that large. And the reason that it doesn't look that large is because everything else is much, much bigger. But when you zoom in on the price adjustment right here in the, looks like the beginning half of April, it was actually a significant jump in price there. But like, and even now, there's a price. That doesn't mean that price jumps can't occur without that going down. But this is the only indicator that I could find on Ortex that had a very complete history of instances where price had moved, it had indicated something occurring, and then within a certain period of time afterwards, you saw price movement upwards, like major price improvements. And the only one that didn't was this one right here, right? But there was share dilution in here that I think prevented this from happening. So the reason that this number went down here was there was some share dilution that prevented this from having a price discovery. So this one was a negative. So, and then I just took from these 4 points or these 4 values right here, I kind of looked at what the average time frame was on price run up afterwards, and it was like, not average, I'm sorry, the maximum amount of time that occurred before we saw price improvements, and the highest amount was like 15 days. Sometimes it was 2 days after, sometimes it was 7 days after, sometimes it was 15 days after. There was no rhyme or reason for how long it was going to take, but the longest it ever took was 15 days, and it might have been this one back here. But that's where the whole 15-day indicator kind of comes from. It comes from just me looking for, through all the different indicators that Ortex has to report, something that definitively proved that there was going to be something that was going to happen. And no other indicator shows this better than this one. SI does kind of agree with it just a little bit. SI does tend to drop just before we see price run-ups, and the reason for that is uh, if hedge funds know price is going to get out of control or start to run up on them, then of course they're going to close out as much in the money puts that they can, right? And so when they do that, your short interest goes down, it dips because they know that they're going to they know what they're going to do. They know what is going to happen in advance. So they close out as much in the money puts as possible, and then and then the price starts spiking. So you do see a little bit of a dip on short interest as well, just before run up. But it's not as heavily of an indicator. It's not as repeatable as that on loan average age per day is. People are sending coffee to the SEC. That's funny. That is really, really funny. Mr. Pumpy wants to know what's going on with the Dogecoin. You know what? To be honest with you, Pumpy, I'm just going to tell you right now, man. Like all cryptocurrency should be shaking in their boots after what happened at the senator, or not senator. What am I saying? After Jerome Powell's confirmation hearing. Um, like everybody in cryptocurrency's boots should be shaking because there was multiple senators who attacked cryptocurrency as being an enemy to the economy. And I'm talking like there were some harsh words, very, very harsh words. So, and I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it since uh, probably within like the last 4 years. I've been saying this. 4 or 5 years ago, I was saying, cryptocurrency, one of these days people are going to wake up and their monies are going to be seized by the government, and they're going to be like, that's not supposed to be possible, and it will be. It will be 100% possible. George Clooney did play Batman. Yeah, I agree with you, but Donkey Kong. I mean, Adam West really is the OG. Hey, you're welcome, Dan. George Clooney, worst Batman? Well, darn it. Now you're going to make me look him up. Let me see here. List of all Batman actors. So we did drop out of our trend here, guys. So this looks to me, we were trending back up just nicely. It looks to me like they smelled the blood in the water. There's some obvious weakness in the market right here, so they sensed the ability to be able to attack and knock this down. So we did drop outside of the wedge. It does not look like we're going to complete this at all. So here comes the weakness. They're finding it. I don't like Ben Affleck as Batman. Period. You can just cross him off my list. I liked Val Kilmer was good. Michael Keaton's one of my favorites. Michael Keaton played a great Batman. Christian Bale's a great Batman. Man, there's names on here I didn't even know. I'm so confused. There's no way all these people played Batman before. There's like women on this list. Played by comic book character. No, I want. This is so weird, guys. If you type in list of all Batman movie actors, Google gives you a list, and there's straight up like women on the list here. I am really confused by this. They got Jimmy Kimmel, Keanu Reeves. What? I don't know. I'm going with my top as being Michael Keaton, Christian Bale number 2, and probably I'll put Adam West as 3. And the guy who that just did the current Batman, I'll have to see some more from him before I can make a solid judgment call. I'm not gonna. He's too new. Too new for me to say. I got to see him in another one. If SSR hits 1491 today, what would max pain be tomorrow? If I had to guess, 17. It doesn't automatically change, like SSR doesn't change max pain. Options change max pain. So if like we're trading well below, because 18 was max pain for the week today. If we trade well below, um, well below 18, and we're seeing most of our volume in the options going in at 17 today, then that's what we would probably see. It looks like we had like a fake breakout here, guys. It's like they're trying to change the rhythmic pattern here. And it's almost like they're turning this into a parallel channel. Because if I change this, yeah, they're turning this into a parallel channel. So we're no longer in a wedge anymore. So no question on this one, the breakout should definitely be up. So you can almost, I would almost wager to you guys that that they plan on dropping this as far as they possibly can. Did we just touch off of that? 15. Oh, we were 4 cents away from 19.5% down, guys. This is one of the first turnaround points that we could hit. Was 15.64. We were 4 cents off of it. That's close enough. In my book, that's close enough. So we may see a bounce off of 19.5% down. We'll just have to see here. Yeah, I'm going with Ben Affleck as the worst. I just don't like. I'm not a big Ben Affleck fan. I mean, he's got his moments, but it's kind of like for me, it's like watching Friends. It's like, everybody's got their funny moments in Friends, but as a whole, when you put it all together, you're just kind of like, what a piece of crap this is. And it's how I feel. It's Ben Affleck probably has his good Batman moments, but you summarize it all together, it's just like, wow, that's a steaming pile of poo. I would almost put Christian Bale ahead of Keaton, except for one thing: his attitude on set. His attitude on set stinks, and I quite frankly want a Batman who's legit. I want a Michael Keaton Batman, somebody who's probably not as much of a butthole. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. Can I be on a different list? Man, I can't believe how close that came to hitting 1564 and just taking off. The one thing I will tell you guys is that in these synthetic price failures, when they do touch a turnaround point, one of these turnaround points here at 1564, 54, or 25, usually what they'll do is we're looking for a 15% increase in price, a hard push through 15% before you can consider it a recovery. So we are not looking for what you might see is you might see a recovery of like 6 or 7%, and then they'll come back down and they'll test this line again, and they'll see if they can't drop it further. This is where they start fishing for limit stop losses or those kind of things. So they're going to test. I can almost guarantee they'll test 1564 at least once, maybe even twice, uh, sometimes even a third time. You can see a test up to 3 times before it'll start taking off. But if we do achieve a 15% push and it drives through the 15% really hard, not just kissing off of it like your sister, but like just really pushing down like super hard or pushing past it super hard upwards, then yeah, it's a good number and we're going to be increasing in price. If it just kind of kisses it and then kind of comes back down and starts heading back down, you can go ahead and expect some lower lows, more than likely. I feel like, um, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you on that one. How are the votes doing this week? 226 votes. We got majority of the people guessing between 15 and 20. Runner up is 25 plus, and then the low values of 10 to 15 at 21. So there's a real close tie between 25 and 10 to 15, or 15 and lower, I should just say. I want to know, for those of you who are listening, whenever you put the greater than and less than sign, do you always have to remind yourself? Like, do you always have to like say something in your head to remind you which one's which? Because I'm gonna go ahead and straight up admit it. Every single doggone time I have to say, oh, the Pac-Man eats the bigger number. I have to say it like every single time. Alligator eats the bigger number. The thought crosses my mind every time. I don't know why. Remtax says, and look at our 5 different times as well. Five? What do you mean by 5 different times? GD's like, the big open mouth means greater. Oh, and then you look at it 5 different times as well. Okay, see, I don't know if I go that far. Sometimes I'll go back and relook at it and be like, did I put the right one? But I don't know if I do it 5 times. I'm probably only obsess over maybe like 3 tops. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Hold on a second. I gotta look something up real quick here because I just want to make sure I'm gonna say the right thing. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. What is this? Equal, less, and greater than symbols. Math is fun. Oh, why didn't they teach it to us like this in school when I was a kid? That would have been so much easier to remember. My teachers always taught me, uh, you know, you know, Pac-Man. Pac-Man wants to eat up the bigger dots. That's what that's what they always that's what they always taught us was Pac-Man wants to eat the bigger dots. Every single time I draw one of those signs, that's what I'm thinking. It's going through my head. Bino says, "Who are these people and how do they get the power to decide where the price moves and by how much? I thought the market was about supply and demand." Hmm. I'll show you guys the one that I was looking at here. This is I never they never showed it to us like this. Would have been so much easier to remember, like just the bigger. I mean, it was really easy when they said Pac-Man eats the bigger number, right? But they never really showed it in terms of like the representation of um the it's almost like it's a sign, right? It's a sign showing that like you have something big going to something small. It was never explained like that. It was never ever explained as you have something big going to something small ever. I never had it explained that way. It was always just Pac-Man always tries to eat the bigger number. I don't know. I feel like I was robbed. I feel like I was robbed as a child out of proper learning. I made it I made it an objective. Oh my gosh. We all need to drink rat blood. Yeesh. I'll pass. I always made it a hard objective to make sure that when I taught my kids to do math, to make it super fun. And the reason was is because for me it was super hard. It was really, really super hard. And so I made it a life goal of my own that when I had my own kids that I would make it easier for them by teaching them the things that I had to teach myself to understand math because of the ADD that I had and I had such a difficult time understanding math and I had to teach myself different ways of understanding how there was commonalities between numbers and the math formulas. It really helped me to learn math my own way. And so I taught that to my kids, and I made it super fun for them to learn and how easy in the relationship between adding and subtracting and how multiplication and division is just simply a matter of adding and subtracting, but on a larger basis, right? So when you're teaching a kid and you're saying you start them off with real easy stuff. I had my I had my kids doing multiplication tables when they were in kindergarten. Uh, and it's because I didn't use tables. I told them rules and I helped them to understand the relationships between the numbers when they're doing multiplying. And to this now these kids, when they go through school, they are doing some of the hardest math possible in school and things that I never even accomplished in even college. And they're doing it in high school. And man, I tell you what, when you understand the relationship of numbers, your life changes. Your entire life changes. But if you never fully grasp the relationship of numbers, then you just always struggle. You really do. Private schools are greater than public schools. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, Brian, because I actually was sent to a lot of private schools. But you know, the public schools weren't any better. We need to sacrifice blood for blood. Yeesh. All right, here comes the second test of 1960 or 19. What am I saying? 1564. This will be the second test of it. I know this first one didn't quite make it there. This will be the second test of 1564. Again, they'll be looking for weakness to see if they can push this down into further regions. So if they find weakness in the market and continue to push the price down, they will. If it's not, and it becomes not cost effective to continue to try to manipulate the price down, then they won't. Look at that, right on 1564. Will it break it? Right, smack dab on it. 1564. Crazy. You know, the problem with well, see, I went to private schools that were like very religious private schools, and so they were very strict. And, you know, the idea of learning meant corporal punishment uh, if you couldn't do your homework on time, or if you couldn't get your multiplication tables down or whatever. Remtax says, look up Scott Flansburgh, the human calculator in the TED Talk. I think I've actually seen it before. I've seen it before. I think it's pretty cool. It's 1 o'clock, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I know you guys are like sitting there, like just waiting to see if it breaks through 1564. It may. It may break through 1564, but it's not the end of the world. There's other stops as well. All right, taking you guys over to the other page, and we'll run through the numbers here because I know you guys want to see it. At least I want to see it, so I figure you probably do too. So let me just move a page over here, and let's take a look. Off exchange, 44.68 and 13.5 is 44.95 and 13.54 now. So the off exchange is still low, but the CBOE EDGX is still high. So, but again, off exchange being as low as it is, somebody had to have dropped out. It'd be difficult to convince me otherwise. Uh, 122,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day an hour ago is now down to 113, which is probably barely impact the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.84%. And moving to the options. An hour ago at $17 strike price for the calls, there was 11.2 thousand contracts. There's now 12.2. And on the puts, at a $16 strike price, there was 11.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 15.1. So the puts are definitely stacking on now. More puts than calls, but still signaling for a closing price somewhere between 16 and 17. Orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC and GME are not in the top 10. GME's performing exceptionally well today. On volume, they're still in 14th position with an exceptional 83% bias and 17% sell ratio. AMC's in 25th with 70% bias to 30% sales, looking very strong as well. Just not as much volume as the rest of the market. SSR triggers at 1491. Shares borrowed in the last hour, none. 2.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 14.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 2.61, Dow Jones is down 1.92, and S&P 500 is down 2.22. The market is currently declining with 5,007 decliners to 2,511 advancers. The VIX is up 8.57%. IWM is down 1.93. Tesla is down 2.95. Amazon is down 5.07. Cinemark down 8.5. Doge is down 2.15. Bitcoin's down 1.19. GME is down 10.42. Hood is up 6.43, and AMC is down 5.6. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, currently a $10 million spread with more outflow than inflow. I don't feel like I gave a good enough explanation earlier as to why there can be more outflow than inflow and still be. I think this really has to do with institutions, institutional selling versus retail, because retail is not selling, retail is buying, at least according to the order flow. Let's see, we've got 28.15 million shares having been traded for the day today. I'm gonna be way off on my volume prediction. Ugh, yucky. $39.95, so that's dropped by about 2 million since an hour ago. But we're on pace for just about 40 million shares traded for the day today. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.43. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.79. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.23. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.34. So we dropped just below 1564. It looks like we're trying to, it looks like they're trying to push it past the 1564 point, but they may not have any luck. We'll see what happens. I can't say your name. Let me try. Baphomet? That's what I'm going with. Baphomet. I don't know what that means. Let's look it up. If that's some kind of satanic crap, I'm gonna be pissed. Get that satanic crap out of here. Baphomet. Let me see. Okay, it's a deity that was worshipped by the Knights Templar that subsequently became incorporated into various occult and mystical traditions. Uh, why the Knights of the Templar though? And I'm just not into this stuff. I am curious why the Knights of the Templar though. Oh, wait a minute. Did we spell it wrong? Oh no. That's weird. I'm not into this stuff. Knights were not good guys? Man. Uh, I feel like mythology is really kind of You know, that's interesting. I did a report. I did a report in college. We took a myth and folklore class when I was in college, and what I ended up writing my final report on was about how over time, bad people, bad individuals, are usually idolized by the future. So in other words, like Billy the Kid, sometimes mafia gangs. There's just a lot of throughout history, a lot of really bad individuals who are actually idolized later on, which is really kind of strange, right? I mean, you even have it with Nazism today, right? Like Hitler is actually idealized by individuals out there, and when you know what it is that he did and what occurred, you go like, why? Why would you go there? Um, and so it's always been kind of one of those interesting things to me how time has an interesting way of erasing um, the evil side of a, a person or a group of people. It's quite interesting. And an interesting thing has happened with Christopher Columbus, right? Look at Christopher Columbus. In my time when I was going through school as a kid, he was idolized. He was idolized by the school system and revered as a an amazing um, voyager who set out to do something that nobody else would do. Everybody thought he was going to fall off the face of the edge of the world, and he was everything was all happy hunky dory with the Indians when he got here, and the Indians saved him, and then now kids are learning these stories about um, the atrocities that occurred. And I'm not saying they didn't happen. I'm just saying the differences between when I learned it versus how kids are learning it now. The atrocities that occurred with Christopher Columbus and whatnot. And it's just like I don't know. It's really odd to me how over time, like even within my lifetime, I've seen a historical figure go from being idolized to um, being turned into a villain. And I think it's very, very interesting how time um, does that. Very strange. What was I going to look at? There's something specifically I was going to look at, and I can't recall now. Somebody said something. Oh, crypto. Crypto's taking a poo again. Yeah, it's not doing great. It's not terrible, but it's been worse over the last week. What was the other one? Somebody wrote no, not Remtag. Who said it? Einstein, I think, said it. Where'd it go? There it is. MULN. MULN running from 7.746 all the way up to 1.2. Look at that VIX. That VIX is up to 9.22%. I gotta check it, guys. I gotta check my numbers here. I'm watching that VIX like a hawk. Hmm. Steven says, can you explain to me how when outflow is higher than the inflow, the price goes down, and when the inflow is higher than the outflow, the price goes down? Other than its manipulation, what makes the price go up? Man, you know what? I'm still trying to figure this one out on my own, honestly. Um, if you have more inflow, it should suggest that price is moving up, unless price is dropping, right? It's possible for price to drop and have more inflow than outflow, right? Because it means that they're buying at a higher price, and so you see more inflow than outflow, but price is still dropping. So that is a possibility. In this particular case, you could see outflow dropping. So you see price dropping, you see more outflow than inflow. So to me, that means that you actually have more selling than buying going on. But if price is dropping and you have more inflow, then you have, to me, that would show signs of manipulation. To me, you have people who are buying at higher prices, yet the price still continues to move downwards. That tells me that somebody's selling shares. I don't think it's retail because retail shows over 70-30% ratio on Fidelity, and Fidelity is a major market holder in shares from retail. So I believe retail is buying this dip, but there may be institutions who are selling out some of their positions and trading in it for lower values. That could be what's going on right now, which I think in some people's opinions would be the distribution slash accumulation. And I've asked Father to come on the channel and talk about that a little bit. But in this particular instance, when you see an outflow that's higher than your inflow and prices moving down, that's what I would assume that that's what's probably occurring. Is you're getting redistribution. In regards to what you said, Joe, up top there, it's more people than it should be. It's way more people than it should be. I know, GD. Our founding fathers have been, and one of the things I like to try to remind my kids is that yes, slavery was bad, period. But if you lived in a time where slavery was a thing, it was part of what normal life was like. And so you can't necessarily call somebody bad for having a slave because that was how things were done back then. You can just identify that and say, yes, that was a bad thing that was happening during that period of time. And you can make a conscious effort to make sure that that never happens again. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that um, the people were inherently bad, because I know that there was differences between good slave owners and bad slave owners. And I know slave just sounds in general bad as it is, but there were differences, and some of our founding fathers did wrote very plainly that they didn't agree with slavery. So, but yet they all had slaves. Well, I shouldn't say they all, but it was a thing. It was a thing. But we've changed it, and that's the good thing. So, but I don't know, man. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know. It's weird to me how history just changes over time. Yeah, Tim says Pluto being a planet, 100%. Like it's no longer a planet anymore. So wait, so what is science? Is science an exact, or is science is science always changing? Because a lot of people would have you believe that science is an exact measurement of something. And if that's the case, then Pluto should always be a planet once it's identified as a planet. But then science changes, and science decides that things are not the way that they were thought of from before because they learned something. So I don't know. We don't have that high of a dark pool rate, or a of a dark pool, Stephen. It's not as high as you would think. Porter, so well said. See, I'm not a man of words. Porter obviously is. I would agree with that statement very much so with what Porter said. Moral relativism. Rarely is anyone acting in a capacity which they believe to be inherently evil. So true. So true. It's like when I took psychology when I was in college. Uh, you know, how do you define crazy? Well, it's what the general populace decides is okay or acceptable behavior by the majority of the people. So that definition can actually change over time. Unfortunately, Ian, I don't have Fox Business. Um, I won't have the ability to watch that. Porter said, "Science is just magic that's been figured out. It's it's theory." And that's what I love to, anytime I get in a debate with somebody who's heavily founded in science, I like to say, well, you do realize that it's just theory. You you perceive so far, everything that you can account for adds up to what it is that your theory. But once it's been disproven, your theory is no longer fact. it's now debunked and no longer real. So that's one of the problems that I have with science, because I feel like it's kind of an not very exact. It's a way of defining the world around you until it changes. Concubines always piqued my interest. I don't even I don't even want to go there. There's so many things from the past that were deemed acceptable that are contrary to what we uh, deem as acceptable today, I guess. Say what? Keto is saying Keto is saying communism is modern day slavery. Cubans, for example, receive $20 per month. Like like that's they just get paid a flat $20 no matter what they do, or I don't understand. I feel Einstein, yeah, you guys always tend to make me laugh. Exactly. That's my favorite point, GD, is that nobody a true scientist should never um, fear being challenged for what they know, because the moment that they fear alternate theories, then that's the moment where you don't have science anymore, and you just have science ends up just becoming another religion that believes in something that just because it is what everybody says it is. And that's scary. That's super, super scary, right? Like, that's not what science is. Oh, Ian, you don't even, Ian, it's terrible. It's absolutely ridiculous. 205 million with a free float of 22.2. It's absolutely ridiculous. When AMC starts ripping, just wait. Just wait. I have a funny feeling we'll see something like, if I had to guess, somewhere in the range of like 2 or 3 billion shares traded in a single day. Oh man, I'm gonna have to call you BAP from now on, because I'm just gonna say BAP. But BAP, that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite Batman sayings. Did you ever? Have you ever danced with the devil in the? Is it did you or I thought it was have you? Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale of moonlight? That's what black swan children are, to make you laugh. You guys aren't children though. You're me. Every single one of you, I feel like, is me. I legit feel like you guys are all an extension of who I am, right? Like we're all equal investors here, invested in something that we share in common, and that's how I feel, legit. It's time for me to take a break, guys. I have a special toast when I come back, so hopefully you guys will share that moment with me. But I need to take my break. so that I can get back to do that. Oh, Einstein, I guarantee you they will show billions. They've already shown billions before. Go back to the 27th of January last year, 1.2 something billion, if I'm not mistaken. I forget what the remainder was. Let me just go back and check real quick. Oh, I can't. Piece of crap. Hold on a second. I have it. I have the power. What am I looking for? January. 1.253 billion shares traded on 127. And here we are more than a year later. I can almost guarantee you, I can feel it in my bones that there will be a day before this is all over that we will see 3 billion shares in volume in a single day. So, anyways, gonna head to break here, guys. I'll see you back for the toast at 2 o'clock. No, Björk, it's not looking grim. I mean, you got to expect this kind of stuff is going to happen, right? If somebody told you, if somebody came knocking on your door and said, "I'm going to take everything that you own," how hard would you fight to keep that from happening, or would you just let it happen? You know, there's going to be a fight. We're fighting for our money. So I will see you guys back at 2 o'clock so we can do that toast, special toast of the day. See you guys in a bit. I'm going to comment on that one last thing that you just said, Björk. You said, well, I would be in jail. I have a feeling that there will probably be somebody in jail, and I'm not talking about from the ape side when this is all said and done. May not be who we want it to be, but there will probably be people in jail by the time this is all over. I'm back. I am back, and I have a special toast. I have a special toast to the newest member of our family. Let me show you who that is. Remington Roy Marks, 9 pounds, 4 ounces. Let me get rid of this other stuff that's on the page here. To Remington Roy Marks, 9 pounds, 4 ounces. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family, sir. We're fixing these markets for you. Cheers to Remington Roy Marks and to my sister Jamie and Chris. My brother, sorry, not my sister Jamie and Chris, but to my sister Jamie and my brother-in-law Chris. You guys have a beautiful baby. Congratulations. Cheers. Remy, we're fixing this market, buddy. One market at one stock at a time. I have another toast. I have one more toast here. This one's a shout out to Israel. You guys see Israel on here all the time. Oh man. You see Israel on here all the time. Israel's boys won the New York robotics competition today. Well, I guess that was this weekend. And they're heading to Texas, my home state. Well, not my home. It's where I live right now, anyways. It's not my home, but it's home to me right now. They're going to be heading to Houston, Texas, and Azrul's really proud of his boys, and I'm just giving a shout out to Team 8088. Good luck to you guys. These kids here in Texas, they're tough, but I think you can beat them. Good luck to you guys in your robotics competition. I'm a huge supporter of engineering. Cheers. I love seeing kids do well in engineering. Super, super good stuff. Great field. Alrighty, it is time. It's time to do our last check of the day here. Let me go over to the portfolio here and pull up something on Fidelity. Taking you guys to the other page. Last run through of the day. Let's see what that off exchange looks like here going into the last hour. 44.95 in the off exchange and 13.54. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. 45.42 and 13.71. The CBOE EDGX and those for the ETF is definitely high, more than a full percentage point higher. Off exchange a little bit lower than what I would expect. I guess the only other than the fact that I believe that somebody's dropped out of the game and that's why we're seeing lower percentages being stuffed into the off exchange. I also feel like part of it may be in relationship to the fact that GME did trigger SSR. Now, that's not a direct impact on AMC, but I think that it does play a part into it. So we'll see what happens on Wednesday. We'll see if it drives back up again. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was 113,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now up to 273,000. That's going to raise that estimated short share interest of the free float back up to that 20.86 value that we saw earlier today. And looking at the options, at a $17 strike price, an hour ago there was 12.2 thousand contracts. There's now 12.9. And at a $16 strike price, there was an hour ago 15.1 thousand contracts. There's now 15.7. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not in the top 10 list. However, GME has moved up into the 12th position, getting really close to becoming up there near the top 10 with an incredible 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. Incredible. Definitely buying the dip. AMC coming in at 25th, 73% buys to 27% sell ratio. Super good buy to sell ratios. Oh, SSR trip for the day today would have been 1491. Shares borrowed in the last hour. $100K. They did borrow $100K for the end of the day, so now we're at 1.35 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Calls, 2.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls, 12.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Getting real close to the paper hands number, 1525. NASDAQ is down 3.08%, Dow Jones is down 2.07%, and the S&P 500 is down 2.54%. The market is declining with 5,136 decliners to 2,397 advancers, but not what I would consider to be on fire just yet. Although it sure looks like it. The VIX is down 9.51%, IWM is down 2.05%, and there looks to be like a release right there. I don't know if you guys are seeing the spike right now, but volume is spiking. Price is starting to spike. It may be finding a turning around point. IWM is down 2.09. Tesla is down 3.51. Amazon down 5.29. Cinemark down 11.49. Doge is down 5.14. Bitcoin is down 2.92. GME is down 12.23. Hood up 4.79, and AMC is down 7.48. Our inflow versus outflow is a 9 million spread. It was 10 an hour ago, so it's actually improved. 32.18 million shares traded for the day today. I'm definitely going to be way high on my volume prediction for the day. 32 point. Let's see here. I'm getting 37.2 million shares traded for the day today is the pace that we're on currently. I had suggested between 50 and 70 million, so we're definitely underneath my volume prediction. I had thought about going 40-60, but even now, with us at 37, that still would have been over. On a daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.47. On an hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with 28.94, so in the oversold region. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 31.02, almost breaking into that oversold region. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.87. So we're definitely oversold right now. Way oversold. So we just broke out of a descending parallel channel going down. Highly unusual. Very highly. That is going to require me to zoom out just a little bit. Okay. It's tending to look like we have like an upside down scoop going on, or it could be considered a cup and handle, inverted cup and handle. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case going into tomorrow. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Casey was right. Our government wants to make its own crypto coin. What what happened? What did I miss? Did Biden say something about a cryptocurrency? Chris, you're welcome, man. Congratulations. I don't know if they're still listening, but congratulations. It's Remy looks so awesome, man. Really cute kid. You guys did good. Azrul, you're absolutely welcome. Remtech says prayers for those other robots against yours. Apes always better. Oh, you're welcome, Badonkey Kong. 6% turnover, according to Boris. Yep, 6.36. This is not ape selling. It really isn't. I mean, look at our sell to buy ratio. It's absolutely huge. There's just no way. Chris says still holding, still here. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. You guys, Chris Marks is the is part of the half of the responsible party for that beautiful child. Why? It's happy. No, Björk, it's good stuff. It's happy. Yay. It's happy. Let me drown my sorrow. No, I'm just kidding. We're fixing this market for you, Remy. We're fixing it. The Dow is down 2.12 crazy. I think it was down more than that. Nasdaq down 3.12. Yeah, Dow Jones 2.1. You're right. Yep, pretty hefty. You could kind of tell this morning when we first woke up, right? Most of the other markets on the other side of the world were 2.5% or greater in losses. So yeah, I was looking pretty nasty. Okay, so this becomes the paper hands threshold based on how prices move down with 6% turnover. It doesn't really seem to me like there's a whole lot of um, turnover. So I wouldn't expect to go too much further down below that value, at least not today. Well, I can only lay claim to part of that name, Björk. So I don't remember what name they were using originally for the middle name, the Remington Roy, and my dad's middle name is Roy. And I just kind of thought like, man, Remington Roy sounds like really cool. And so I mentioned it to my sister, and she's like, so she told me, I think it was this morning that they had finally decided that that was going to be his name was Remington Roy. Looks like we got a lot of news here. Let's check out what's going on. You know, my entire family, I just realized this. My entire family had all boys. Don't we haven't had a single girl. I wonder how my mom feels about that. Mom, how do you feel about that? I've never really thought or considered about the fact that none of us had. Um, I mean, I've got girls, but they're not. They're mine now. How does it like? We've never given you a girl. Not a single one of us. Not from a baby. Not yet. The dotted red line down here at 1491 is going to be SSR Rimtac. Well, James, that would be something else, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? Baby Remy. The squeeze known as Baby Remy. The shot that was heard around the world. Let me think about that for a second, Einstein. If I had to guess, it would probably be somewhere in the range of like 10 to 20%. I think it would depend on how much we went down to, of course, right? But if we can manage to go down the least amount as possible and only see a 10, if the entire market bleeds, in 10% or something like that, 10 to 20%, and we minimize how much we go down as we're going down, then that would probably be um, enough, I would think. Just kind of guessing. And if we look at the, can I do that on here? Um, Oops. Hold on a second. Oh, that's right. So I just kind of I want to draw this back out here on a daily and just check this out real quick. So our peak was 369 and we're currently at 329. So let's just take a look. Actually would be the SPY, right? Not the, let's look at the SPY. So 479 down to, let's see what this is here. Let me just do the math real quick on it. Um, so from that top, we're down 12.2%. So yeah, we're getting close. We're getting really close. Um, maybe like another 5%. 5% would be my guess. 5 to 8%. And I'm guesstimating. Yeah, I heard he was going to be on Fox News Live. Unfortunately, I can't get him there. I mean, it infuriates me, Björk. It really does. It really infuriates me. The thing is that I try not to let it um, rule my emotions, right? Like I don't want to be emotional about it because it just the anger is what um, anger leads to the dark side. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always um, it'll get the better of you. It'll get the better of you, and you won't be able to make good sound judgment. And that goes on the other side as well, right? When price is absolutely rocketing, you don't want to have emotion about that either. It's really difficult to control. So I'm trying to control my emotions about this as much as I'm going to try to control my emotions. I won't work, but I'm going to try to control my emotions on the upside as well. I don't want to get too crazy. I want to monitor the numbers and really kind of just focus on what the important numbers are. This is why we're building this routine every single day, checking the numbers on the hour, on every hour, keeping a routine, making sure we do something over and over and over repeatedly so that we have a plan and that we're used to what it is that we're doing. And we see these numbers consistently because when we see differences in these numbers, we're going to know what we're looking at and what helps us to identify what abnormalities are. So hopefully, my goal is that this is an education for all of us to know our stock so well, inside and out, numbers wise, that when it comes time for us to, see strange anomalies in the numbers, that we'll understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. Absolutely, Nosa. Totally agree. I mean, if you can't master this one down. Oh, Cannonball, welcome back. Welcome back. If you can't master the Zen on this, um, or let me change that. If you can master the Zen on this, that's a better way to spin it. If you can master the Zen on this, you can master the Zen on anything because this is about money, and this is, if there's anything out there that can truly make somebody feel an impact is when they see money disappearing. And so this is one of those times where you know, emotions set to the side, watch the numbers. Those are what are important. Not the numbers that say that you're going down in price, but watch the indicators that tell you what's actually happening within the market. Are you seeing retail selling or are they buying? We have a 6% turnover rate with a 7% down in price. Volume very high when you consider average 3-month volume, 50 million shares. That's the average 3-month. Very high volume. What's really happening here? We have a, what was it, 73% buy to 27% sell ratio on orders. Those are high numbers. One Love for Life 71 says, gas price alert. I just filled up my car and was talking to the manager about gas being $5 by the end of the month. She informed me that the price could be at $6 by the end of next week. I'm going to just tell you guys right now, the oil futures last night before I went to bed were up 8.5%. The oil futures right now are up, or not futures, but the oil's currently up 3.34% for today. So yeah, oil is definitely skyrocketing. Last night, AP and I took a look at one of the things that we looked at was whether or not oil had an impact during the squeeze of 2008 and also the COVID squeeze. There was zero to no impact during the COVID squeeze, but there was some correlation to oil price running up prior to 2008 market crash. But the more we started looking into it, I really feel like that was related to other things that were happening in the world. So I don't necessarily believe that oil is an indicator that shows you that the market is crashing. So even though oil prices are skyrocketing, I think I tend to want to tell you guys that it's non-related. It's other factors. So Mitch, I mean, anytime the market's running down like it is right now, they're going to take full advantage of those price rundowns to try and drop our stock. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, look at how much we're down in contrast to like Cinemark today. We're down 7.5%. Cinemark is down 12. Take a look at Amazon. Amazon is down 5.1%. We're down 7.5. You know, Tesla's down 3.1. GME is down 12.2. You know, in the grand scheme of things, the entire market had a really bad day today, and it's just, you know, you got to chalk it up to what it is. They will definitely run us down whenever they see something like that happening. So it looks like we may have found a temporary bottom at 15.19. I'm going to go ahead and log that data. I haven't logged the bottom yet. And I just want to give you guys an update as to what that is. From 1943, which is our last high price that we had, to 15.19 is a 21.8% dip in price. In my opinion, even though it did break this red line, 21.8% is just, it's really close to that point to where it's just kind of like, I don't really feel like there's necessarily a whole bunch of paper hands here, or not enough to really constitute like a massive amount of shares being sold off. I would have to see something probably greater than 15.19. Not to say that it couldn't happen, but it looks like it's holding support at 21.5% down. Oh yeah, Nosa, I've been in this market since 1998. I have learned more in this year alone, in this last year, in this last calendar year. I've learned more than I have learned in all of the combined years put together. Now, granted, part of that's the fact that I'm just sitting here learning, and I've never really just sat down for, days on end, 9 hours a day, putting in learning like this. But this has been entirely extremely educational for me specifically. I think that you guys could do the same thing if you had 9 hours a day to sit down and research this stuff and um, really dig in and dive in deep into how the market works and how some of the indicators work and everything. You could become what you might consider to be more of an expert. Bjork says they got away with this shit in '08. What makes us have any confidence in them paying what they owe this? This is different, Bjork. This isn't retail. Retail tried to march on Wall Street back then. Retail didn't have ownership in 90% ownership, 90% plus ownership in stocks back in 2008. The 2008 market crash was entirely different than what we're looking at right now. So are if you're going for the suggestion of is will they just get bailed out? Um, to an extent, I do think that they will get bailed out, but um, there will be pain involved with the bailouts. I can guarantee that, and changes. Cannonball, what makes you think that PPT has stepped away? I mean, I'm just curious. ABC says Casey, between retail and institutions, over 130% of the float is accounted for. I believe this is very illegal high-speed trading back and forth between hedge funds. Definitely 100%. But it's not like they're trading 130% every single day. They're just trading a fraction of that. Hmm. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Björk. I definitely get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying either. I agree. I mean, John Stewart did a great job of pointing it out. Um, and who was it that said it this morning? Uh, Barney Fife. That's that's the extent of our sheriff. Speaking of Barney Fife, hey, there he is. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. He's gonna evaporate the price right here as we're trying to end out the day. Come on, Gazer Beam Gary, shoot out those hedge funds. Blow them away with your Gazer Beam. Congratulations, Crazy Pepe. Buck, I think that's like an eternal lesson. Both ways. Both ways. That's a lesson that you just keep on learning. You definitely refine over time, or are fine. Björk says, I feel like this whole situation is like when you're growing up and you realize your parents are not infallible, like you thought. It's a hard realization is all. I 100%. So one of those moments in my lifetime was when I came home from high school and I walked upstairs. I came in the front door of the house and I walked upstairs and set my bag down and my backpack, and I turned the corner and there was my dad on all fours crawling his way back into his bedroom in underwear. And my dad was a whitey tighties kind of guy. He's a whitey tighties kind of guy, and there is nothing more um, like taking that hero status of a parent and knocking him down a few rungs when you catch him on all fours and whitey tighties crawling their way back to the bathroom. Uh, you know, but his back was out. His back was out, and he was just he was messed up. Man, I tell you what, I'm getting to that point to where I know how that is. So it happens. You're right. At some point, you realize that life isn't exactly like you thought it was. It's not all a free fair market, is it? Not at all. What we think of as a free fair market's completely different. Marco says, so if price stays in this range of 1519 to 1540 today, does tomorrow seem like it may continue down? I'm going to go with, I think tomorrow will be an up day. The statistics say the opposite. If we have red days on Mondays, statistically speaking, or historically and statistically speaking, we tend to see more often than not Tuesdays be red as well. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not trying to be negative Nancy. I'm just telling you like it is. Statistically, after I have ran the numbers over the past year, oh, excuse me. Oh man, the beer does not like me today. Statistically speaking, red days on Mondays lead to red days on Tuesdays. So, but regardless of whether we have green or red on Tuesday, we have equal amounts of chance of having red and green on Wednesday. So Wednesday is kind of one of those days where it's a toss up and it's like life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Sorry. Life was like a box of chocolates. It really was like a Walter White moment, in a sense. Dr. Zeno says, watch PBS documentary series Money, Power, Wall Street if you want to see how these crooked bastards work behind the scenes. I might check that out, Doctor. And Doctor, again, it was a pleasure to see you out someplace other than on this channel. It's always a pleasure for me. Danny R, if you're listening, uh, it was a pleasure to see you too. There was another person that was, I think, somebody who watches this show. If I catch you guys out on Twitter, and I hear your name or I see you on a posting a comment on a channel someplace else, it makes me happy. I don't know why. I think it's cool. It's just like it's like running into your friends someplace else. It's just kind of neat. You're welcome, Marco. What was the inflation rate in 2008? Ooh, good question. I don't know. We can take a look at it. Let me see if I can find it. Hmm. I'm seeing. Is that right? Point one? Hold on a second. That can't be right. Maybe I should be looking at 2007. Let's just assume I should be looking at 2007. It looks like 4.1. I'm with you, Watcher. I would have to go back and check that information, ABC. I'd have to look and see what they have on the failure to delivers. Give me 2 seconds. Hmm. Not some of the bigger numbers were from the 12th and 13th of. Oh no, wait. You know what? I'm looking at the failure to delivers, and it looks like they haven't updated the data since 2021. This is old data. I just now realized that. Let me go back and see if I can't. Yeah, this is old data. Let me see if I can get you more accurate data here. Einstein says, I'm reading that Biden is expected to sign a plan regarding crypto regulation this week. Wow. Let me see if I can find this failure to deliver data. 5 more minutes, guys. I'm going to end the poll for price prediction for the week, but just throwing it out there, the 15 to 20% range has the highest amount of votes. 10 to 15, 10, 15 or less, I should just say, is got the second highest votes. Let me look. Give me 1 second. Where do I find these? I know where to find these. I always forget. Hmm. I swear I have a screen open somewhere that already has this information. Oh, right. Back here. The last reported data that I have for February 14th is 531,000, which is kind of significant. It's not like hugely significant, but it's 531,000. But that's obviously from February 14th, which is getting close to a month away. The next biggest one was February 8th. Let me just check the numbers here real quick. 7? 9th, 15th. So perhaps the 15th. We could potentially start seeing some failure delivers kind of racking up towards the 15th. Buck. Oh, Einstein, my speed line for the VIX is looking very juicy. Extremely juicy. That's the VIX right there. This thing is just ready to pop. Buck, what if you want? I could start the Casey's Love Doctor, where I give advice on how to be the best husband in the whole world, or boyfriend, or whatever it may be. But it would just be me telling you what you already know. It really would. You know the right answers. It's so funny. We know the right answers when we look to AMC and we look at all the data, right? And we start trying to dive and dig for other answers and possibilities on how to make something happen. But deep down inside, we really know that what's likely going to happen. At least you should. Same thing in a relationship. Sometimes you just don't want to believe. Sometimes you don't want to necessarily do the things that are required and you want to try and do things your way. It's the same thing. Look at that. Learning about love and learning about stocks and how they relate. You know the answers. You really do. There's just a lot of pain and suffering that's at the surface that's causing you to resist what it is that you need to do. Remtax says 2 weeks. Yeah, it's T plus 35. Oh boy. Oh, it's time to end the poll. I don't want to forget. So I'm gonna end it. It's too late. 260. It's what we got. 260 votes. Is that how many we had? Oh, guys, we had 240 votes this week. You guys beat it by 20 votes this week. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. I like the effort. Okay, grand winner for the week, guys. That we closed somewhere between $15 and $20. The next batch of you said somewhere 15 or less. The next batch of you said 25 or more. And the last batch, the last place group of people said 20 to 25. Last week, the third place group won. The third least amount of voters. You guys are too much. Man, it really looks like they're trying to push for the SSR trip today. It really looks they're going for the 1491. They're going for the full 1491 and get it tripped right at the very end of the day. Wow, look at that. I'm impressed. I mean, I gotta hand it to them. It's hard work. They're wasting a lot of money. They're throwing. Oh, there it is. They tripped it. 1491. Wow, that's mightily impressive. They spent almost 500,000 shares in that single minute alone just to try and hit that. That's how badly they wanted it. Man, that's something. I really wouldn't have expected them to trip SSR today. I thought they would have waited till Wednesday, but they went ahead and went for it. That's impressive. 1490, I'm gonna log it. That's 23.3% down from 1943. Trent says they're expecting a big price rise. They put both on SSR. I mean, that's what it's looking like to me, Trent. You know, I would tend to think that might be the case. That might be the case. I mean, we'll see. Time will tell. We are on a countdown timer for the on-loan average age per day having triggered. GD, don't be angry, man. Don't be angry. Don't storm out of here. I know how you feel. I know how you feel, but don't storm out of here. You're gonna be okay. Oh, they just tripped SSR, Jana. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's a new day with SSR tripped. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your kids, spend time with your pets. Go out and do something. Be healthy. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be fooled. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be fooled. So set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be fooled. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be fooled. 21st century boy. 21st century boy. Try to set you free, boy. Try to set you free, I try to recognize my name. I try to recognize my place, but I lost myself all the same. But I lost myself all the same. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be fooled. Tonight I just so set myself, you try not to be sick. Tonight I just so set